do me thick. The clip of my ass cheeks alerted the bees. What's up, guys? Merry Joelmas to you. How we doing? Blessings and peacings upon you. Reese's Pieces, peppermint patties, and everything high fructose corn syrup that ruins your hormones upon ye. Need all the luck tomorrow for morning. What's tomorrow morning? What is it? What could it be? You just went to the gym and now trying to play modded Minecraft. Nice. You got your mods figured out. I'm good now. The stream keep me occupied tonight. Nice. Yeah, we're gonna get crazy. It's gonna get yappa dappa doing. Need dumb crap to say before falling asleep. You got it. Got you covered. No worries, Joni. Good to see you. 3 weeks of bronchitis. Oh, damn. Wonder if there's any quick way to get that out of there. Maybe some oregano oil will help expedite your immune system. I haven't been on in a while. How's everyone doing? We're doing good. Doing good. Let's see. Any exciting news? Let's recap the news. Aviation expansion. Aer Lingus, which is a really funny name, has introduced a new Airbus aircraft at Dublin Airport, enhancing its fleet with plans to expand to 6 by 2025. These aircraft will operate new routes from Ireland to North America, including destinations like Indianapolis and Nashville, increasing the airline's US routes to 18. It offers improved passenger comfort with wider seats, increased cabin bag. Well, I better hope for wider seats because we as passengers are getting bigger and they need to accommodate that. Well, otherwise, what do you expect from us? Not to fucking eat everything in sight? Do I have kids? I do not, no. No chillin'. That I know of. Just thinking of how the future in Terminator is only 4 years away. We're almost there. Skynet is already replicating itself in OpenAI. Do I want kids? Yeah, I want one. I do want kids. I think when I think about like my future existence and all that kind of stuff, I'm like, I don't know. I feel like out of place or just like weird, even though I know it's technically not, but I feel strange without them, you know? It almost like gives your life a degree of structure that you wouldn't otherwise have. Multiplayer seats. Yeah, you're all my children. Don't worry. Except I don't have to pay child support at all for any of you, which is so sick. Gaming highlights. The Game Discover Co. newsletter has highlighted the top new PC and console games of 2024. Notably, Supermarket Simulator has gained attention in the first-person store management simulation genre. Titles like EA Sports, FC25 have also made significant advancements due to in-app purchases and downloadable content. Damn, dude. They both sound like stuff I would never care about, so that's exciting. Porcus approved. Thank you, Porcus. We honestly can get off to a better start here since you're early. Thank you so much. Mel, thank you for the 2. Says, hey, chat. Hey, Let's Read. Thanks for being here. You're welcome. Thank you. Anything cool going on? I get to eat all I want till midnight, so I'm gonna be snacking. Well, oh wait, what's tomorrow again? Oh, a surgery of some sort? I missed the previous ones. Oh, you got a new knee surgery. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, what happened with the old one? It just like, was it like an immune response or something? Thank you, Dom. Good to see you. How do I like banana pudding? I'll be honest with you, I'm not like wildly against banana pudding, but there is something about banana flavored things that make me kind of go yucky. Like, I don't mind actual bananas, but for whatever reason, like, banana flavoring always makes me like, bleh. I just really don't vibe with it at all. You got me playing within the operating room intercom. Wake up! Wake up, it's aliens! They're opening you up! They're putting a chip inside your brain! 5G, 5G! Which would be kind of sick, honestly. There's a part of me that sometimes, like when I'm in a bad mood, like if I could just get really close to a 5G tower and just feel better. Wouldn't you do that too? You're like, oh, my life sucks. Oh, fuck it, I'm gonna go stand in front of this fucking Verizon wireless piece of metal. Huh. Now I suddenly don't want to usurp the government. In fact, I think I want to pay more taxes. I don't need much. I don't need to own a home. That's silly. You got me wanting to play with the Easy Bake Oven in the attic. Whip it out. Might be a fire hazard though. The surgery should hopefully allow me to use the knee and walk on the leg without a brace. Yeah, that'd be amazing. Wonder how difficult it is to like build up muscle around like knee replacements and that kind of thing after surgery. Your complication was 1 in a million. Oh, okay. It's crazy. What's up, Lisi? Typically you're walking in 6 weeks. Okay. What's up? What's up, Donnie? All right, let's see what else is new in just straight up gaming news. I feel like that's the only exciting. Wait, what do we got here? Something about Bluey. Bluey on the big screen. All right, keep that in mind, guys. I know we're all going to be waiting out at midnight to see that. It can take time to be back at 100%. Yeah. Well, you should look into the BPC 157 peptides. I think they might be able to help your recovery. Bluey underrated. True. Epic Game Store is celebrating the holiday season by offering a free game every day from December 19th, 2024 to January 2nd, 2025. This promotion features a total of 16 games, including notable titles expected on December 24th, 25th, and during the final week. The giveaway begins with Lord of the Rings Return to Moria. Oh, that's the one with the dwarves. I haven't tried that. I didn't know if they were trying to like emulate Rock and Stone or some shit like that, but Fortnite compensation check just came in. Let's go. Wait, what happened? Did Fortnite get a class action lawsuit or something? What if part of their class action lawsuits they just had to give Fortnite skins and battle passes away? That'd be funny. I could see a good lawyer findangling that somehow. Have you read about Google's Willow quantum chip? Now let's look that up. What is Google's Willow quantum chip? It's the hottest chip in the world. Hotter than the one chip. The chip challenge. It takes work to build up the muscles around the knee after replacement. I used stationary bike and drank collagen powder. Oh, okay. But would you do like resistance training, or is that something they try to say to avoid? I'm curious. All right, Google's Willow is a state-of-the-art quantum computing chip introduced in December 2024 by Google's Quantum AI division. This processor represents significant advancements in quantum technology. Enhanced computational speed. Willow has demonstrated the ability to solve complex computational problems in under 5 minutes, a task that would take today's fastest supercomputers approximately 10 septillion years. What kind of computational shit are they trying to do? That's fucking baffling. Is it just sorting through, like AI sorting through data? What the fuck? Dude, we're literally about to have like godlike AI monitoring our every movement here soon. It's gonna be fucking crazy. The chip achieves an exponential reduction in error rates at the number of qubit increases, addressing a long-standing challenge in quantum computing. This improvement is crucial for building scalable and reliable quantum systems. Willow comprises 105 qubits, utilizing superconducting transmon technology. This configuration enhances coherence times and computational reliability, enabling more complex quantum computations. Bassist EST 2022 with the 10 says, Merry Christmas, Joe. Love you, man. Thank you, Bassist. Love you too. And Merry Christmas to you and to all, a good night. Willow's capabilities open new avenues for practical applications in various fields, including accelerating simulations and analyses in physics, chemistry, and materials science. Do you remember whenever they were like using people's like PlayStation 3s to, I don't even know, like fold proteins and shit? I always thought that was interesting. Like you could just like opt in to them to run simulations on your PlayStation. Wart. Facilitating drug discovery and the development of personalized treatments. Oh, that'll be interesting. Which I feel like will probably be the only way to go forward related to like cancer. What do you guys think is the cure to cancer? Do you guys think you got an idea for that at all? Designing more efficient batteries and exploring alternative energy sources. More efficient batteries. Okay, exploring alternative. Security, welcome back for 2 years. Murray Crimbus, Buttersockers. Murray Crimbus, Security. Thank you. Apples, fasting. Do you ever get embarrassed when you're reading a story that's so obviously fake? Yeah, I guess a little bit of like secondhand embarrassment. Just like knowing that I have no other option but to put it in a video and I'm going to get flack about it. But it's so funny. It's like when a video like first comes out, I feel some sort of like odd connection to it and my like success and identity, I guess, as far as a content creator. But then after it's been like, after the next video comes out, I just like stop giving a shit about every comment that ever gets put on any previous videos. Not that I don't appreciate nice ones, but any negative ones that are put on like a video from fucking 4 years ago that's just like, these are stupid. I'm just like, so who cares? What you put in your body is directly mattering for cancer. Yeah. I've been hearing a lot of stuff about like high fructose corn syrup and just how it's like in fucking everything. Just because it's so much cheaper than like putting sugar into stuff. Just basically anything that causes like chronic inflammation in your gut, because most cancers, prior to metastasizing to your brain or liver or whatever the fuck, begin in the gut. Also, did you ever hear about like viruses traveling through your nerves? I remember hearing something that like whenever people who die with Alzheimer's, I don't know if this is true or not, but I heard some study that was saying like the herpes, was it HSV2 or herpes simplex V2, which is like, I don't know, the genital herpes one or whatever, can like travel from your gut through your vagus nerve or something up to your brain and cause Alzheimer's, which is so fucking insane. Just like what fungus is, what fungi is, and what viruses are. They're just like so versatile in what they can do to the human, interacting directly with your feel-good receptors in your belly. Did you hear about viruses editing the human genome and forcing evolution? Oh, viruses editing, yeah. Dude, that would be wild if that's literally what like took humans forward. You know how they talk about 2001 Space Odyssey, the monkeys touch that like black obelisk or whatever, and then, you know, it jumps to like humans basically having a major jump in like evolution, both with knowing how to like use weapons, eat meat, all that kind of stuff, and then developing over a long period of time. It just would be insane if like all of that actually stemmed from just the introduction of like these microscopic fucking viruses and shit. Alright, guys. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. No, gyruses. Giant viruses, a new thing they found. Interesting. What's the... Oh, you know what? What is... a gyro? Like something you get off a street corner? What is a gyrus? Type of large virus that blurs the traditional distinction between viruses and cellular organisms. The term gyrus is derived from giant virus, and these viruses are known for their unusually large genomes and physical sizes compared to typical viruses. They can have diameters ranging from 200 to over 400 nanometers, much larger than other viruses, influenza or HIV, and their genomes can be extensive, with some containing up to 2.5 million base pairs, rivaling or extending the genomes of some bacteria. Gyruses often encode genes that are more commonly associated with cellular life, including genes for metabolic processes and DNA repair mechanisms. Examples of genes typically found in cellular organisms, like those for protein translation, are sometimes present in gyruses. Gyruses primarily infect amoebas and other unicellular organisms, but have also been found in marine environments where they infect algae and play crucial roles in ecosystems. The first giant virus discovered which infects amoebas, the mimivirus, Pandora virus, known for its enormous size and unique genome, megavirus, another notable gyrus with large genome, pithavirus, recognized for its oval shape and large size. Gyruses challenge the traditional classification of life. They blur the lines between viruses, considered non-living, and cellular organisms because they share characteristics of both. In marine environments, gyruses play a significant role in regulating populations of microorganisms and recycling nutrients. Their unique properties provide insights into the origins of viruses and their evolutionary relationships with cellular organisms. Interesting. Ooga booga googa. That's all I'm saying, dude. That's my response to gyruses. Ooga booga googa. Do you have any large genome, or are you just happy to gene edit me? It is quite strange. I don't know. What do you guys think the future entails? Is there really any end to it? Or does it just keep going on and on and on and on? Jesus is crumbing. They've been saying that for a while now, it seems like. But you're saying it's finally happening? David De La Rosa, thank you for the 2. Gyros will shawarma us all, yeah. The rapture. I definitely feel like some sort of simulated rapture event could occur. Like if you were to somehow figure out how to, you know, because I can imagine if like a large percentage of the population just suddenly dropped dead on the street, people would probably call that the rapture. Oh, that was the rapture. It happened, you know, and then, I don't know, connecting to some like larger religious revelation, baloney bajoni, who knows. Is that what Project Bluebeam says, that people just die en masse? Or do they actually get abducted or something? Hey, there's Jade. What's up, Jade? Need some colored horses? That wouldn't be too bad. Honestly, I feel like eventually here, if we're going to be editing genomes left and right, we might as well make some unicorns and shit. Bluebeam is changing the basis of religion to something else, whatever the government needs. Yeah. It is kind of strange. It's like discussing that stuff for the most part is like fun. But if you really sit down and just ask yourself, like, if you have like a strong opinion or even just like a strong interest in like the direction of the human race, how do you, as a baseline citizen who pays taxes and makes less than $100,000 a year, what do you do? Like, what would be your idea in which you could even change anything in the world? Or do you just kind of realize that you're just kind of like going along for the ride and whatever happens, happens? What's the music in the background? The current music is some ambient stuff made by Inect. The one before was some liquid DNB. You don't pay taxes? Hell yeah, dude. You're living the life. What am I wearing? I got sweatpants on. Crazy ones. One's from Victoria's Secret. I'm mean. It came to a point where fake videos look real and real videos are stempeled as fake. Because of how good AI and graphic effects have become, you can't really distinguish it. I mean, it's going to probably be that way in about a year. I don't know. You really won't know what is what anymore, but I don't know. Maybe in strange ways, whenever they try to, like, you know, affect the population's perspective towards something, maybe a certain degree of apathy towards like those fake videos will make people sort of just kind of dismiss them and not get up in some sort of panic about it or whatever. My rhinestone thong, yeah. It's making me bleed. I watched Goosebumps. I did in the past. Yeah, it's good stuff. But also, before we get into today's Christmas stories, which we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of those, I have to record a quick, very quick page-long paranormal story that's going to go into a future video, but need to get it done now so it can be animated with minimal to no sound. We've come to a conclusion on that one. In a year and a half, the population can hear anything and do it stupidly. What are you talking about? The mainstream media will never talk about it unless the government gives them permission to. Project Bluebeam, etc. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. People's sort of like expectation that somehow like the media is, after all this time, not purchased or owned by some sort of special interest group, whether it's you know, intelligence agencies, external governments, or billionaires, or all, you know, some combination of many. I mean, it would be ignorant not to think that information is power, or ignorant not to think that, right? I don't know what I'm saying, but you get the idea. What's up, Migrod? If we reach singularity and life doesn't quite matter anymore, does any of it really matter at all? What, like integrating with man and machine? And what, like living forever from singularity? I guess you would have to define what singularity is to you. But I think to a degree, you really don't want to live forever. I think for many people, death is a blessing, you know, and I really cannot imagine, especially getting in like generation 1, what that would even represent to live an untold amount of time. I mean, what would even happen to your mind, your perspectives? Do I believe in the paranormal? I think so. I think there's certain manifestations of energy and reality and other planes of existence that we certainly don't understand at all. And, you know, there's so much anecdotal evidence, maybe not necessarily scientific, but certainly anecdotal, that, you know, it's important. I found Mr. Nightmare's copycat. Their name channel is Mr. Nightmare Narratives, and they use a similar logo and the Mr. Nightmare under the hat. They took his stories and are using AI to narrate them. Interesting. Well, if you see Mr. Nightmare or leave a comment for him, let him know that there are options under Google's privacy policy that he can report the channel as using his likeness, whether it's voice or appearance or whatever. And then he can get their channel taken down. I can't quite find that channel, but you guys can also report the channel too. And I think if enough reports get through, oh, is it called Mr. Nightmare Tales? Oh wait, well, Mr. Nightmare Tales use AI. That's kind of lame, though. I don't know why people are using AI to make these channels, but I guess it makes sense. It's very in fashion to die, yeah. We're bringing it back. Do you believe in ghosts? The question feels simple until it isn't. It's not really about specters or whispers in the dead of night. It's about the cracks in reality, the places where the seams don't quite hold. Some people say ghosts are the remnants of a soul too stubborn or too broken to let go. And this story is one of those instances. I work in a large building, part storefront, part warehouse, and it's usually bustling during the day, but at night it's a different story. Walkie-talkies keep us connected, but on slow nights like this, they stay silent for hours. I had almost forgotten about mine, sitting out in the hallway. Normally I'm in the inventory office, tucked away in the back of the building. A coworker was on the sales floor helping the occasional customer, and the others were in their offices doing who knows what. The hum of machinery echoed faintly through the halls, and it was almost complete silence. And days like this have a habit of lulling me into a sort of sense of calm. It felt like the world had shrunk to just this building, this quiet, hollow space. It would be just enough to send anyone into a state of sleep, if only that was the biggest issue that we faced that night. The sound had come from right outside my office. Immediately the calm energy of the store was gone, and I was completely frozen for a moment. I thought maybe one of my coworkers was in trouble and I didn't have time to think, and my instincts immediately took over. I was expecting the worst, but instead I was just left confused, just darkness, and that scream still echoing in my ears like it had been etched into my very bones. A chill ran up my spine. I remembered a story that I'd heard when I'd started here. My coworker swore that the building was haunted. A woman screaming for help. A little boy laughing in the shadows. I thought it was just some hazing, but now I wasn't so sure. The second I grabbed the walkie, it came to life. "Did anyone else hear that?" My coworker's voice cracked with fear. One by one, we all chimed in. We'd heard it, clear as day. No distortion, no interference. And one of us whispered what we were all talking about, and it came from our line of devices. Wait, what? One of us whispered what we were talking about. Is Migrad here? JCS AI ruined your life. I heard something about that their channel got bought by somebody and then he tried to come back with AI. Funny enough, I had somebody else say they wanted to buy my channel more recently. And I was like, yeah, but how are you going to run it if I'm not there? And they're like, well, we'll just use AI. And I'm like, dude, my audience would sniff out AI in a fucking second. You know what I mean? Like, it would not please anybody. And also, I can only imagine how cheap they would try to sell the channel for, or buy the channel. What's up, Sarah? What's up? Gang around a lot longer with Gerson therapy? What's that? Even the best AI can't determine proper cadence and pause. Yeah, at least for now. And maybe perhaps whenever it studies probably hundreds of more hours of one particular voice, it could do that. There's this one thing that I might have mentioned it last stream, but like YouTube popped up in my feed that says if I wanted to opt into a third-party service where like a bunch of large companies like Amazon and other ones are going to like use all of my content to create AI versions of me, and that they say they're going to use that to better detect when someone is like using your voice so that you can kind of copyright that content similar to like music. But to me, I feel like to opt into that and have like someone create, you know, a version of you and you not get compensated for that It just doesn't seem quite right, and I feel like it's a little bit more morally questionable at this point. So even though it seems like, oh, we're looking out for you, I also think it's a way to like almost farm your data, you know what I mean, for free. Gotta put a cigarette out on the mainframe. Yeah, it just like shuts all of it down. USA chased them out. What are we talking? 2 week, like 80% higher odds with all. Wait, what are we talking about? Even if AI gets better at the end of the day, people will choose people. Creative people are going to choose creative people to work with. I got faith in that. That's true. I've heard people discuss that, you know, when it comes to like the oversaturation of the market with like AI art, you know, real human interaction is going to be highly coveted, for sure. Okay, let me try to interpret this sentence here. One of us whispered... Oh, I see. That's like a dialogue. One of us whispered what we were talking about. It came from our line of devices. But the walkies, they were all accounted for. Okay. One of us whispered what we were all talking... Or no, oops, what we were all thinking. My bad. One of us whispered what we were all thinking. It came from... One of us whispered what we were all thinking. It came from our line of devices. But the walkies, they were all accounted for. Her scream still haunts me. It wasn't just a sound. It was a plea. A fragment of a life torn apart. Whatever happened to her, she's still here. Trapped. Reliving it over and over. And now, so are we. And what's worse, a world where ghosts are real, where they suffer in the places they once called home, or one where they don't, and there's nothing left of us at all. AI can't write furry smut fanfics like a human incel. True. Not like me. Not like me. Alright, dudes. So that one's going to be in a future video, so we'll save that for another time. Who else having too much candy right now? What are you having? Reese's Peanut Butter Cups? Alright. Skittles, okay. Skittles is weird to me because it does taste good. And honestly, sometimes when I would eat them, I would put like a bunch in my mouth at once and just chew them until they were like this large, disgusting amalgamation of blob in my mouth, you know? Because there's something about them that just like doesn't naturally sort of like break down per se. It just sort of feels almost like some mixture of like gum and something you can swallow. So that I'm sort of like inclined to think that like when you swallow Skittles, that I'm curious to see how long it takes your body to actually digest it compared to like normal food. Because I have like a feeling that it would be like really, really hard to do. Taste the rainbow. Alright, alright. What's up, Eric? How we doing? Ireland is my home, and I love it here. But there's no denying it's a very strange place with a very violent past. We love a good ghost story here, and I think half the pubs and churches in County Offaly... I don't know how to say that. Let me look it up real quick. Offaly. Maybe Offaly. Oh, you know what I did Saturday? What does it say? Awfully? Awfully. Interesting. Awfully. Oh, just awfully. Okay. On Saturday, yeah, not cardio. No, thank you. What's up, Swampy Boy? How you doing, dude? I was just about to tell them, Saturday I went to go see a Baltimore Ravens football game at their stadium. They played the Pittsburgh Steelers, and it was honestly really, really interesting compared to just like other football games that I've been to. Your cardio is a shower session listening to Joel's voice. Yeah, your heart gets racing. But yeah, it's just crazy. It's like going into the stadium, it's like a huge party like all around it, and everybody's just like bumping. They're handing out like free drinks and free merch and shit, and there's like DJs going. Everybody just seemingly a little nutball, you know what I mean? And I don't know, just like the energy when you're inside was just like so insane, you know, compared to like college football and the like. It just seemed like everybody was like aggressively drunk, you know, but in a way that made it like really fun. Because it wasn't just dudes either. Like you look around and you just see like women like belligerently aggressive and wasted. And in a weird way in my mind, I was like, that's kind of fucking sweet. You know what I mean? Because I was just like, I'm just like not used to seeing like women like have fun, if that makes sense, or like get wild. So used to seeing them like limit their, or like almost like look down upon people who like are like monkey-esque, you know what I mean? And but everybody there was just like a monkey. It was fucking awesome. It was just like every time there was like a score or something, like everybody would just like start aping out and going, you know, just making noises and dancing weird, and like it's fucking sub-freezing temperatures and people just like ripping their shirts off and shit. Yeah, they were literally oohing and ah-ahing. It was fucking awesome. And like some woman behind me the whole time, like there's no way from where we were that anybody would ever hear it, and they were just kept being like, pussy, your dad fucks me good. And I'm just like, what is happening? Like there's, I don't even know who she's yelling like pussy at, because they're on the other side of the field. But it was just, I don't know, there was just like something so animalistic to the whole experience that was like, all right, I guess this truly is the gladiatorial games of our day. Yeah, me and Swamp met on Grindr, and we decided to start our YouTube channels. Let's talk to her. Dude, remember we were keeping tabs on Haley, you know, seeing what she's been up to. We'd listen to like a pretty solid 5 seconds of her show each time. And then she tried to pull a fast one on us. You know, I spent over 50, I don't know, Swamp Dweller, how much did you spend on Hawk Coin? I might have spent like 50 grand, something like that, just to kind of get in from the bottom. And I lost all of my mother's life savings on that, which is really embarrassing. And now doesn't even have the respect to come give us some updates. Let's see, we got Talk to Her with Haley Welch 2 weeks ago. She's in hiding. Yeah. Yeah, Swamp sold his house. And we will get retribution. I'm serious. I used all of my mom's savings on a meme coin. That's just the kind of guy I am. Swamp has $3 left. You guys gotta go watch his videos. He's dead. He's going to be dead. Dead on the street. The only homeless YouTuber. She ain't going to prison. I am curious though. I heard that, you know, she might get sued. I just don't get it. Like, how do you... At this point, like, meme coins seem like so obviously a scam that for someone to buy into it, even at like a couple grand, it almost seems like a way that you would only do it if you knew for a fact legally afterwards, if they were to do... It's almost like you're taking a chance on the fact that they do a rug pull, that you can sue them or whatever and then get whatever they made. Can you make a vid about brain rot stories? That's my whole channel, bro. It's just straight brain rot. Yeah. Whole influencer investment thing just seems like an obvious bad move. Yeah, I don't get it. I thought we were kind of like over meme coin. I just thought like people who were into crypto in general. Now, granted, I'm not like, I don't follow it super close or really even understand blockchain to the extent that it makes any sense. But I just figured meme coins in general, whether it's Doge or, and definitely not like Logan Paul, you know, style coin. You just think like people's brains will be over it. Have I met your friend Cyrax? I don't think so. I never heard of him. That sounds like a Mortal Kombat character. Let's look him up on the internet. Cyrax. A horrifying history. Just like the picture in general looks like sort of a mutated version of something that came out of Asmongold's armpit. Oh, and there's as I say that, here's a video of, as I say that, the next video that pops up is from Asmongold Clips and says, stop sending me this shit. So I assume other people think they look similar too. That's so funny. The Cyrax archive. Cyrax craps himself on stream. Nice, dude. He sounds like a good guy. We got to get him on the podcast. He's a horror... Oh, is he a horror channel? Or is he just... Or like horror channels talk about him? Oh, wait. I totally forgot how to say this place again. Awfully, okay. We love a good ghost story here, and I think half the pubs and churches in County Offaly are supposed to be haunted. But I've got a little theory regarding our affinity within... Oops. But I've got a little theory regarding our affinity with the macabre. You see, when your lush green emerald isle is thus because it's been watered with the blood of countless conflicts, a daft old story about some wailing apparition is considered entertainment. And the story that I got for you today isn't one about ghouls, ghosts, or goblins. It's something that actually took place in a little village named Kilmula. Kilmula. The island of Kilmula. I gotta look this one up too. Has anyone here been to Ireland? Is it pretty sweet? Lol cow, but horror. Oh, okay, so a horror cow is like a lol cow, but it's like even more depressing. Would, what's his name? Who's the guy that had sex with his mom? Sorry. I forget their name. Are they a horror cow? That person? The Blarney Stone. Oedipus. Oh, Chris Chan. That's right. How did I forget Chris Chan's name? That's like the most important lol cow on the internet. I have a 27-part series on Cyrax, unfortunately. What? Wait, what channel is this? On your normal channel? Swamp, or do you have like a documentary thing? Swamp Dweller. Oh. It's like forgetting the words to your favorite song. Can't believe it. Swamp Dweller Live. Okay. Let's take a peek. Oh, nice. 17k subs. Oh, 17k views one day ago. That's fucking sick. Like just, you know, view ratio. Cyrax has a massive ego problem. A lol cow documentary. Holy shit, dude. You were on top of this guy. But, oh, you got other people here, too. Simping for a lol cow. The Review Tech USA downfall keeps... Oh, okay. Is this like a drama? or I guess not necessarily drama, but like a horror cow document. That's cool. I didn't even know. We'll have to get me on there sometime. I'm gonna have to do something freaky. King Cobra, yeah. I always see King Cobra clips and stuff. I've always been curious. Have you done any Chris Chan videos, Swampy? Your brain rotted now, dude. I feel you. I've always been curious about like drama channels, and even though I totally understand like the fact that people, you know, that's what people want to see, I've always been curious, like whenever people have to make commentary videos on YouTube drama or just like stuff about people that are, you know, just kind of like relatively inconsequential individuals with, you know, behind a dumpster and stuff. Even though, like I said, it's entertainment, but I feel like it does have to like rot the mind after a while. Chris Chan is too deep. Yeah, I guess at this point it'd be too many years to like recap it all to actually do any like appropriate research, or maybe you could just start from a specific context and go from there. I'd rather read science articles and news and tinker, and that's fine. Yeah, some people do that, and some people are into cavemen, you know. Joel takes over Germany and brings back its former glory. Definite horror cow worthy. That's where it all started. Kill Mula. Wait, yeah, let me look this up real quick. Sorry. How to say. There's a guy who has like 200 videos on Chris Chan's life. Oh my god. I feel like the only way I mean, maybe I could watch that, but it's just like I feel like you'd have to watch it like with somebody, and it'd have to be like your guilty pleasure as like friends or something, you know what I mean? Just to like sit down, get high as fuck, and like get caught up with fucking Chris Chan lore. Okay, kill Mula. Oh, okay, rhymes with doll. Kill Mul. Okay, a soft, unstressed vowel similar to Kill Mula. Okay. Dude, ChatGPT is actually, when you can't find the pronunciation on Forvo. Did you ever use Forvo, Swamp? I think I asked you that before. Great website, because people record stuff locally and upload it. But then if you can't find it there, sometimes ChatGPT helps you like phonetically pronounce it. The old roommate showed me and my girlfriend that Chris Chan series, and it took us. Oh, that's amazing. See, that's what I'm saying. That's like a great bonding experience for a couple. Just sit and watch brain rot together. I guess that's why people watch sitcoms and shit. Kill Mola. Okay. The story I've got for you today isn't one of ghouls, ghosts, or goblins. It's something that actually took place in a little village named Kilmula. In Old Gaelic, Kilmula means the forested hill, which isn't a very creative name for a place that sits on a hill with a load of trees on it, but it was there for hundreds upon hundreds of years, before a slow, steady decline saw it abandoned and derelict. Being right on the border between Great Britain and Free Ireland, the area around Kilmula became a hotspot for cross-border arms smuggling from the 60s onwards. At any one time, the place was either crawling with police, British Army, or the IRA, which was naturally a lot of bother for the folks living there. And so by the early 90s, the place was a ghost town. I know all that because my granddad grew up in Kilmula, and I thought that he'd be sad to see his childhood home a crumbling ruin that doesn't even appear on maps after about 2010. But he once told me that Kilmula became a derelict. Oops. Yeah, Kilmula sounds like a Pokemon. Kilmula. Or like some sort of Maori god. Why is Krampus looking at the future in a crystal ball? He's just pondering, is all. He's a curious little poop. He's a silly little guy. Swamp, are you touring? Someone mentioned, I think in chat one time, that you were touring. Are you still doing touring with music? But he once told me that Kilmula became a derelict. I'm reading that wrong. But he once told me that Kilmula becoming a derelict was the best thing to ever happen to it. He said it was a terrible place where terrible things happened, and he was glad his family moved away when they did. I was in my late 20s when he told me that, and it stunned the rest of my family as much as it did me. We'd always assumed that he'd had quite a happy childhood, but it turned out our granddad had never really talked about growing up in Kilmula. He'd mentioned old school friends here and there. He'd often spoken of his family too, but he'd stayed relatively quiet about his place of birth. So much so that when he did finally tell us about it, we could barely believe our ears. According to Granddad, Kilmula was, for want of a better word, cursed. He was deadly serious when he said it was a place where terrible things happened, and nearly one Christmas evening, once we'd all settled after dinner, he told us a story that I'll never forget. According to Granddad, Kilmula had been the site of many a massacre, even before 3/4 of the village was slaughtered from a... I have a 4-day tour in a few weeks. I stay busy so the Wendigo doesn't find me. Yeah, you gotta stay on the run, looking for Shrekky. Well, that's cool, 4-day tour. At least it's not like months on months. Honestly, touring, I mean, even whenever I like take a flight to Florida, right, you know, from Northeast, it's a day trip, you know what I mean? And I just feel exhausted at the end of it, and I can't imagine some of those people that just tour nonstop for a long ass time. I feel like my immune system would be completely shot. Even before 3/4 of the village was slaughtered by Cromwell's army back in the 17th century. But it was the events following Kilmula's construction. Shite. Can you pull my back teeth? I can pay you $5. Are they all rotted and stuff? Hey, Shorn, what's up? Doing good. Did you guys finish your Christmas shopping? Your Hanukkah shopping? Which is just pencils and erasers. Snap my jaw back into place. How am I doing? I'm doing good, honestly. Just been chilling. I don't know, haven't really not put much time into the gym just because I've lost a little bit of motivation. I think when I get back, I genuinely just want to kind of do strictly and solely bodybuilding. Even though I think the strength gains can continue to move forward, for safety, I don't know. It just doesn't feel worth it, you know what I mean? To chase strength when, what's the point at this point? You might as well just try to maintain aesthetics. You ever thought about doing more creepypastas? I definitely have, and I guess I do in some of the bonus content. I do need to do another video like that one. I don't know if you remember that one video. It's like 3 hours long called The Scariest Stories You've Ever Heard. It's all like creepypasta compilation stuff from more recent. And it did really, really well. So I would hope to do more so I could make another video like that. Enjoying the holidays. Holidays are weird. Like, it's cool what's going on, but it just like snuck up on me so fast. And it's literally this week, which is fine, but it's just one of those things where when Halloween came, I was like, okay, September 1st, spooky season. And then Christmas just kind of came. I don't know. I haven't been thinking about it. Pick a favorite creepypasta. What would it be? I feel like I haven't listened to enough of them or like read enough of them to really, I guess when it comes to like the old classics, like the Russian sleep experiment is definitely, in my opinion, better than something like Ben Drowns, you know, because it just seems more interesting and it's like topic. But you know, those ones like Smile Dog and Jeff the Killer, Slender Man, like they are definitely interesting. How's Pradeep? Pradeep's good. He's all wrapped in the ball behind me. It was kind of funny. He was like sleeping on my... I was like laying in bed and he was sleeping on my like stomach chest. And then he like kind of like stretched his like paw out to like stretch but like reach towards me. And then I just kind of like stuck my finger out and he like rested it on my finger. And then he just like fell back asleep for like a long time while the hand is just like stuck there on my finger. I don't know. Just cats are so funny. I used to leg press 1,150 pounds, 3 sets of 10. Holy shit, dude. Plus 8 calf raisers at the end of each. Were solid as fuck. I wonder how much I could press now. I mean, what were your... I feel, Jeff, I don't remember you ever talking about your lifts before. What were they before? Or like, what were your other lifts, like your compound lifts and stuff? Were they pretty heavy too? Because I know like leg press people can really get up there, but 1,150 is a lot. According to Granddad, Kilmula had been the site of many a massacre, even before 3/4 of the village was slaughtered by Cromwell's army back in the 17th century. But it was the events following Kilmula's reconstruction that gave the village its reputation. There were all kinds of strange deaths and disappearances. People went mad or developed strange illnesses. But without a shadow of a doubt, the worst thing that happened during Grandpa's childhood happened during Joseph Flaherty's Christmas shindig. You don't want to go to Joseph Flaherty's Christmas shindig. It's going to be the India. Flaherty? Oh, Flaherty. Robert Flaherty. Happened during Joseph Flaherty's Christmas shindig. The Flaherty family owned a small farm on the opposite side of the River Blackwater, and on it they had a farmhouse, a few fields, and a whiskey distillery. They weren't exactly a wealthy family by any stretch of the imagination, but they had a few friends and employees, and they'd like to throw a little shindig every Christmas to say thank you for everyone's love and hard work. As you can imagine, the presence of a distillery on the land made the Flaherty's shindigs very popular affairs, and none were so popular as their Christmas get-together. Year after year, they threw the best party in the whole of County Man, I can't pronounce any Irish words. It almost reminds me of French in some ways, how it throws in soft oobly-goos in random spots. Monaghan. Rick Flaherty. Woo! Year after year, they threw the best party in the whole of County Monaghan, until one year in the early 30s, when the Flaherty family threw their final shindig. As November rolled over into December, and festive feeling began to spread among the townsfolk, people began to look forward to the annual Christmas shindig. But then, one night, someone pinned a note to the Flaherty's door, and roughly speaking, this is what it said. Your irreverence for the holy season has gone on long enough. Proceed, and there will be consequences. The note was evidently referring to the Christmas shindig, which, given the abundance of whiskey on the premises, were always rowdy affairs. Gaelic has this rolling tongue thing, like Spanish, off to this. Yeah, I wonder if there's some sort of connection or origins from like Scandinavian areas over into that area. Well, actually, let's just look at the frick up. Hey, Maple Bacon, thank you for the gifter. 2, Swamp Dweller, Grandma 10, Nikki, Dusty Carlisle, Mila's Canine Culinary Couture. Thank you, Maple. Welcome, friends. You now have access to bonus content. W maple bacon. Hell yeah. W standing for Wahoo! Is that what that means when people say like W? They actually are saying like Wahoo! But like short, kind of like shorthand. Music was played long into the night. Christmas machine given abundance of whiskey on the premises was always rowdy affairs where music was played long into the night. Okay. Monahan. What am I even looking at right now? Oh yeah, I was gonna look up something pertaining to is the origins of the people of Ireland from Scandinavian origins? Question mark. The origins of the people of Ireland are complex and cannot be attributed solely to Scandinavian origins, while Scandinavian influences. Okay. The first humans arrived in Ireland around 10,000 years ago, Mesolithic period, likely migrating from what is now Great Britain or continental Europe. These early settlers were followed by Neolithic farmers who arrived around 6,000 years ago. Genetic studies suggest these farmers had ancestry tracing back to the Near East. Celtic influence around 500 BC. The Celts, a group of Iron Age tribes, became dominant in Ireland. Their language and culture became the foundation of Irish identity. The genetic makeup of modern Irish people shows strong connections to the population in Western Europe, particularly the Iberian Peninsula and France, which aligned with known migration patterns of Celtic peoples. Scandinavian Vikings began raiding Ireland in the late 8th century and established settlements such as Dublin, Waterford, and Limerick. Genetic evidence shows measurable Vikings' contribution to Irish DNA, particularly in coastal areas. However, this influence, if limited compared to the pre-Viking populations, in the 12th century, Anglo-Normans invaded Ireland, introducing another layer of genetic and cultural influence. Over centuries, there was additional genetic mixing with populations from England, Scotland, Wales. Genetic research indicates that the Irish population has remained relatively distinct over millennia, but shares common ancestry with populations in Great Britain and Northwest Europe. Scandinavian DNA is present but not predominant, reflecting the limited genetic assimilation of Viking settlers. Interesting. Are Irish people a Jacksepticeye reference? I think so, yeah. He was the original, like Dracula, the first vampire. Don, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Your mother-in-law is Scottish. Nice. The note was evidently... that sounds weird. The note was evidently referring to the Christmas shindig, which, given the abundance of whiskey on the premises, were always rowdy affairs where music was played long into the night. But the note wasn't signed, and nor did they specify what those consequences might be. Furious inquiries were made, with the family patriarch, Joseph, demanding to know who'd pinned the note. They wrote night. Hey Hawksview, how you doing? Furious inquiries were made, with the family patriarch Joseph demanding to know who'd pinned the note to their door. He'd asked almost everybody in Kilmula. I forgot how to say this place. Kilmula? Yeah. Kilmola. He asked almost everybody in Kilmola face to face, demanding each of them to swear they knew nothing of the note or its author. Most people were horrified and told Joseph that not only had it not been them that left the note, but he'd be the first person they told if they found out. Convinced it was merely a lone killjoy, hoping to ruin his fun, old Joe Flaherty went ahead with planning his shindig. In fact, one might say in typical Irish fashion, he redoubled his efforts as a show of defiance. He organized for a full band to travel down to What is this one? Sorry. Monaghan. I don't know how I forget so easily. Hey Jess, what's up? Yeah, it was Martin Luther. 'Twas him. Oops. He organized for a full band to travel down from Monaghan town, promised a festive feast that outdid anything that had come before, and according to Grandad, was even rumored to have purchased a few bottles of the finest French champagne from a purveyor in Dublin. As the weeks went by, and the date of the shindig approached, Grandad remembered people getting more and more excited with each passing day. People had to work very hard back then to maintain what little they had, so the idea of being able to let their hair down and dance away their worries was obviously of massive appeal, and it appealed to a hell of a lot of people too. Usually the Flaherty family extended invitations to friends, families, and employees, but that year they told their employees to bring their friends and their friends' friends and just about anyone who'd fancied a good old-fashioned piss-up. And then before long, half of County Monaghan was expecting the night of their lives in the old Flaherty house, but not Grandad. He said the Flaherty's Christmas shindigs were no place for a child. And with all that drink and all those unmarried young people, it was safe to say that some very ungodly things occurred at those shindigs. But that's exactly why my granddad's older brother, so my great-uncle, was so excited to attend. He'd had his eye on a girl from the next town over, Molly or Holly or whatever, and having heard that she was planning on attending, he was dead set on going himself to try and court her. But as it turns out, going to that shindig was the biggest mistake he ever made. And so on the night of the party, all the attendees head off in their finest clothes and dancing shoes, all intending on having the night of their lives. Some weren't expected home until the wee small hours of the morning, and others not until the following day. So at first, their unexpected absences were met with nothing but assumptions of a grand old hootenanny. County Monaghan's wives and mothers weren't best pleased, that much is true, and Grandad remembers his mum getting in a right old nark that my brother failed to come home. But after the morning and afternoon passed with no sign whatsoever of any returning partygoers, people began to worry. When it became evident that not a single person that had been to that party had returned home, a group of the older and more responsible menfolk walked all the way over to Flaherty Farm to see what the crack was. Apparently, they knew something was wrong from how quiet the place was as they approached, but it was only once they were inside that they saw how terrible things truly were. That winter had been an exceptionally cold one, and the weather had been equally grim on the night of the Christmas shindig. So instead of heading home when suitably sauced, the partygoers saw fit to sleep wherever they could find a spot. People slept on couches and armchairs, on the floor, on the table, anywhere they could find a space, and they nestled into their dreamless, boozy slumbers. And for most of them, the places they chose to sleep were the places they died. At some point, we suspect very early in the morning, a group of men approached the Flaherty farm and quietly made their way into the farmhouse. There, almost 30 people slept in the home's many rooms, many of them in a deep and dreamless sleep from all the whiskey they'd guzzled down the night before. Then after, quietly creeping among the sleeping revelers, the interlopers began to silently slaughter them. One by one, they sliced into their throats or drove their knives into their hearts, working quickly, quietly, and with devastating effect. When people started to wake up here and there, they were set upon to silence their screams. Then when the killers lost control of the situation, they produced pistols and opened fire. We know all this because the police examined the scene sometime afterwards and were quite easily able to determine who had been killed in their sleep with a blade versus who had been shot while trying to escape or fight back. We also know the killers once again pinned a note to the Flaherty's door. "We warn them," was all it read. Granddad said that almost every family in County Monaghan, am I saying that right? County Monaghan. Monaghan. Oh yeah, we have made it past the shortest day of the winter, by the way. The solstice, at least what I believe. 12/21 or 21/12. Did you watch the Honey Extension document? That's a scam. Everything is a lie. Everything's a lie. I have not. No, I think I saw it pop up here and there, but I haven't looked into it. Can you elaborate for us? I say Happy Christmas since Merry Christmas seems strange in my opinion. I guess if you're from the UK, it's always been Happy Christmas, right? Merry Christmas. Happy Christmas, Harry. Happy Christmas, Ron. Granddad said that almost every family in County Monaghan lost a loved one that morning, and what followed became known. Sorry. Yeah, while the UK is having a happy Christmas, America, we're having a merry one, which is like, it's like 4 to 5 happies. All right, I'm gonna look up what the flippity flew. What is the deal with the Honey app scam allegations? Question mark. Just have a damned good Christmas. The Honey browser extension, known for automatically applying coupon codes during online shopping, has faced various allegations and controversies over time. Here's an overview. In June 2018, Retail Me Not filed a lawsuit against Honey alleging patent infringement. The suit claimed that Honey's method of redirecting users through affiliate network links with unique identification numbers violated Retail Me Not's software patents. Retail Me Not contended that Honey's practices encouraged users to benefit from an infringing system. Honey has been scrutinized for its data collection practices. Investigations revealed that the extension collects detailed data. Jesus Christ, I have dyslexia. I can't even say dyslexia, right? Investigations revealed that the extension collects detailed user data, including browsing activities on retail sites. While Honey asserts that this data collection aims to enhance users' experience by providing relevant deals, concern persists about the extent of data gathered and potentially privacy implications. In December 2024, a YouTube investigation by Megalag accused Honey of replacing influencer affiliate links with its own during the checkout process. This practice allegedly diverted commissions from content creators to Honey, raising ethical questions about the company's operations. Oh. Don't you love that, though? 2018, that was a while ago. That was over 6 years ago. And YouTubers don't start reporting on it till they get fucked over in the affiliation links. That's fucking funny. But, good to raise awareness, I guess. Shortly after PayPal's acquisition of Honey in January 2020, Amazon issued warnings labeling the extension as a security risk that sold personal information. This move led to debates about the motivations behind Amazon's claims, considering Honey's growing presence in the e-commerce space. Some users have reported that Honey's coupon application feature is not always effective, occasionally failing to find valid discounts or applying less advantageous deals. This has led to skepticism about the extension's reliability in consistently providing the best available discounts. I would say out of all of those controversies, that one would be the most frustrating. You're like, what the fuck? You could have saved me 3 fucking cents. Who are my friends? I ain't got none. All my friends are dead. All my friends are dead. They got kicked in the head. You guys are all my friends. my closest 300 friends. Do 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 do. All right. So we're still going with this story here. Joey, be incorporating more ASMR tapping the caps with your nails into your stories. Tapping the caps. No, but I'm curious on Patreon if I ever officially released an old like ASMR reading that I did years and years ago as a collaboration, or if it just exists solely on that channel. Because I wouldn't mind kind of releasing all of that on as like bonus content or some shite. Tap on your glasses. Wake up. Wake the fuck up. It's Christmas. Your family from Pennsylvania is in, you're overwhelmed, so maybe it is too. I feel you though, it's weird this year. Yeah, I feel like being too close to family for too long of an extension, unless you like really, really enjoy them, would almost make, and especially if you have like the responsibilities of like cooking and cleaning and all that crap and entertaining, it would almost make the process of just any holiday be like too much. Granddad said that almost every family in County Monaghan lost a loved one on that morning, and what followed became known as the Black Christmas of 1943. What should have been a season of joy and goodwill became a season of mourning and funerals, and an awful lot of police officers had to over Christmas. Oh, to work over, yeah, probably work over Christmas. What should have been a season of joy and goodwill became a season of mourning and funerals, and an awful lot of police officers had to work over Christmas when they'd otherwise thought they'd be free to enjoy their goose and their Christmas pudding with family. And the people who committed the act of mass murder were never found. The police believed they'd found the boot prints of 3 men leading off in the direction of the nearby river, but it's there that the trail ran cold, quite literally, as the river was so cold it was close to freezing over. The police suspected the killers had waded down the river in order to avoid leaving tracks, as it was too shallow in many parts to effectively row a boat. But to a person, it's not exactly ankle deep either. Whoever killed all those people were content to wade through a freezing cold river, possibly for miles, in order to properly cover their tracks. Granddad said that made some people think the killers were not human, but to me, that just shows how psychopathically determined they were to avoid punishment. The police searched lie and ho. Holy shit, man, I am dyslexic. High and low. Ho and Low. My favorite store. Just have a nice quiet Christmas, or some of y'all going out? What are you going to do for your quiet Christmas? Do you have family to be with at least? Lion ho! Anyone up for growing a beet farm in Pennsylvania? I'm fairly certain that Dwight has a monopoly on that at this point. He's rooted out many an Amish, and they have a war going on with them. See, that would have been really funny. I don't know if they ever had that in the show, but that would have been really funny if, like, for some reason Dwight just, like, hated Amish people or something. It's like, I can smell them from a mile away. Am I controlling the drones? I am, yeah. Right, you guys, every time someone joins my chat, another drone gets sent to Jersey. The police searched high and low for them, questioned every priest in County Monaghan to see if they knew anyone who might be capable of such a thing, but not a soul could help them. My great-uncle had been one of those murdered at the party, supposedly being one of the last to die while trying to fight back against his killers. Granddad said that gave him consolation, that their mother was Granddad said that gave him consolation, but their mother was distraught. He could have died in his sleep, at peace and unaware, but instead, her son died terrified at the hands of killers who never saw justice for their crimes. The grief of losing their son was partly why the family moved away to begin with, but like Granddad said, there was other stuff going on around Kilmula that he called unnatural. He died before telling us any more detailed stories about the bad things which happened to his old hometown, which, to me, both is and isn't a shame. I'd love to have learned more about it, but at the same time, I'm glad he didn't have to go picking. Davis Wall, welcome back for 15 months. Love me some Let's Read. Thank you, Davis. Good to see you, dude. How's it going? And Maple Bacon, welcome back for 3 months. Says, do you have any suggestions for beginning to set up for voice recording? I've been getting into narration and voiceover and just want to get more serious setup. Well, I mean, I guess it depends on how much you want to spend on the microphone. Because basically all you would really need is like a Blue Yeti microphone, which is, gets the job done, right? And it connects via USB to your computer. Then you would get like a free program like Audacity to record into, and it can do other stuff like removing background noise and whatnot. You can get a pop filter, which you can actually like make one of those that you put like a few inches away from the mic so it doesn't pick up like the p and the plosives, as they say. And then at that point, yeah, editing the audio, and then you would need like a video thing and just go to town. Just get to reading. You could even start up a channel where you're just like, well, this will just be my practice channel to see what occurs. What tactics did you use to grow my channel? Honestly, one of the best things that helped me was just like collaborating with other, smaller size to like medium or larger size YouTube channels. Early on, a few channels that really helped me out were, I don't think this one's around anymore, but what the hell is his name? King Spook. He was honestly one of the first channels to ever really like give me a collaboration and do something on his channel, and I remember gaining like 300 subscribers from that, which was pretty wild at the time. And then I worked with Blame It on George, whose like channel at that point was already in like the hundreds of thousands for subscribers, and that really helped me, and he's been a good friend for a long time. Same with That Creepy Reading and just various other ones that slowly just, then kind of, I would say one of the bigger things, like maybe the biggest thing to just sort of grow organically though, would probably have to be making sure that your videos are hitting on a topic or, trend that people are into at that time. So I would say, like, honestly, like video essays are still relatively marketable in this current state of YouTube, whereas like true scary stories and like creepypastas aren't quite as like, don't have as quite much like suggested movement to it, you know what I mean? And it's sad that a lot of like things nowadays are really just sort of like that slop content, like, kind of just following the trends, grifting off of something, giving your opinion on whatever. But at the same time, it kind of makes sense, if that's what somebody is into, and you can kind of delve into that and give some like relative, honest takes on things, or produce content that actually is of interest, even if it is just only topical to that time. You should be able to like organically build an audience over a while. Played a card game called Cards Against Humanity. Yeah, it's a great one. It's one of my faves. Start off with following trends, but start going with what you like and what feels right. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be stuff that you're interested in, which is a great place to start. But then from there, if you do find an audience doing something that you don't think is going to like drive you crazy over time, then just stick with that niche. Because sometimes in YouTube, finding your like very specific corner of the internet to kind of make content for is kind of where it all starts. I thought about starting a YouTube channel, but I had no idea what I want to do. Yeah, and sometimes you find YouTubers that you like and you want to be like them, and sometimes just like sort of copying and emulating what they do is a great place to begin. Not slob content, but slop content, like slop in like a pig's trough and all the pigs come up and just oh, I want to know drama. Which, granted, I do too. I eat a lot of slop on YouTube just out of curiosity, but it is what it is. I'd have loved to have learned more about it, but at the same time, I'm glad he didn't have to go picking at old wounds. Yeah, a literal mukbang slop content. Alright, story 1 in the books. Hey, thank you, Lenora. Appreciate you. Getting sleepy. Well, it kind of sucks because, like, yesterday going to that football game, I actually woke up pretty early. And so then when I got home, I just, like, passed out and slept really well till, like, the morning, which was perfect. And I was like, all right, I'm good to go. My sleep schedule's fixed. And then I took a nap in the middle of the day and completely fucked it up again. I'm like, ah, god damn it. Listen to my stories more than music. I appreciate that. Music is good, though. Sometimes I do, like, I'll listen to people talk about stuff and when I'm driving, and then I'll just, like, switch up the music for a little bit, and then when I need to pretend like I'm not alone, I'll put on somebody else again. Time does fly. Coffee time. Maybe. I did have some before starting this. I'm a little worried that if I try to sleep after this, it just won't happen. It was a Monday, exactly 1 week before Christmas, when I arrived home from work to find a package on my family's front porch. I was in my final year of high school, and I'd landed myself a holiday job so I could buy gifts. But since I was on the early shift and finished around 2 or 2:30, I used to get home way earlier than my mom and dad when it was still light outside. It was addressed to my dad, around the size of a shoebox, and had "Handle with care" written on the plain brown wrapping paper. It didn't look like a Christmas gift, but since it was that time of the year, I figured that's what it was. I carefully picked it up and immediately noticed that it felt much heavier than it looked. I remember thinking, okay, whatever's inside must have been expensive, because the weight of it, coupled with the "handle with care" thing, that made me think that it was some dishware, maybe even a car stereo, the kind of thing that he was into. Carefully, I set it down on the kitchen table, trying to figure out who it might be from. My dad didn't have many friends, and he spent most of his time at work, so I figured it was either from a client or someone from his small circle of friends. I didn't put too much thought into it, though, because all would be revealed come Christmas when he opened it. At least, that's what I thought. Mom came home a few hours later, then Dad was the last to get home at around 6 that evening. We showed him the package the second that he'd stepped in the kitchen, then after making coffee and asking us about our days, Dad took the package up to his office. Mom told him that he should wait till Christmas before opening it, but Dad was right when he said nothing on the package as marked it as a Mary Chrysler. That would make me so happy if I was memed. Like, I made that meme, like Mary Chrysler, like that girl. And then just like every holiday, people bring up the meme again. Can you believe it, guys? 1 week till Christmas. 1 week. I can't believe it. You gotta lock in on making presents before tomorrow. Have a good rest of the stream and happy Merry Christmas. Thank you, Cryptic. Take care and good luck with that. Oh, David Wall with the $5 says, Merry Creepy. Merry Creepmas. Thank you, my friend. Good to see you. Also, I was like totally intent on like simulcasting this stream also on Twitch. And then I totally forgot, and I'm like, fuck, I still gotta make an account. Anyone see the new Nosferatu movie? Is that in theaters? I saw a trailer for the Superman one, which looked fine, you know. Definitely not as cool looking as Henry Cavill or whatever. As in my mind, I kind of feel like Henry Cavill kind of became Superman the same way that like Christian Bale did, you know. Or maybe even so much so as like Iron Man being, what's his name? What's his nuts? Robert Down with the Brown Jr. 2 sleeps until Christmas. Or yeah, Hugh Jackman as Wolverine. Even though I wouldn't say that the superhero or the Superman movies with Henry Cavill were necessarily like good, you know. I don't know. I didn't really think the Superman movies were that great, but at the same time, I still enjoyed Henry Cavill as that role. But yeah, what is Nosferatu even gonna be like? The only distinctive marking it had was my dad's name, so he figured it was something to do with work and wouldn't be particularly... The only distinctive marking it had was my dad's name, so he figured it was something to do with work and wouldn't be exciting. And the last thing my mom said to him was something like, well, if it's edible, at least share some with us. Wait, I feel like... Mom told him to wait till Christmas, but Dad was right when he said... Oh, see, I think I skipped that fucking thing. Henry Cavill is Witcher, better. Oh, that's true too. Man, that's so stupid. Like, I feel like just out of nowhere, he just got like blacklisted in like Hollywood, and you just don't see him and shit anymore. And then he was gonna do the whole thing with like Warhammer 40k, but then they were just like fighting him tooth and nail for like the dumbest fucking shit. Like shit that you just know is not... You know, like no audience member is going to give a fuck about, you know. It's just, it's so strange to me. Such a great voice to listen on my way to La La Land, your sight isn't as scary as some, but it's something I'm willing to give up just to hear you read. Oh, thank you. Joel, like Kal-El. Yeah, I am from Crapton. It's my only weakness. There's kryptonite. Petrified dinosaur shit. Canceled Netflix when Cavill left the series. Yeah, you know, might as well speak with your dollar. I just don't really get it. Like, how do we keep getting this shit? Like, what is the motivation at these studios whenever the audience is not necessarily there for whatever it is they're trying to push most of the time, you know? Like, if everybody loves Cavill and he respects the series of something, why not, like, put him at the head? Like, what are these, like, character arcs and types that work at these companies that are just, like, they cannot seem to get along with each other or, like, produce anything of value? I know you've done it with the Dark Web series. Means thank you. Yeah, hopefully we can do some more in the future. It's hard to believe when I'm listening to your stories and always thinking it makes you sleepy as well. You just answer my thoughts. I do hear them from time to time. Henry Cavill's the ultimate fanboy of every role he takes on, so yeah, he needs to have been consulted more. Yeah, but it's almost like they would rather, like... Do you remember that? Like, he's honestly, in my mind, for as much as the mob wants to like paint him out to be bad, he's handled it like a fucking champ, because any other actor would fall into their trap or whatever of like, you know, responding emotionally to like slander and stuff. But it just like sort of someone says something bad about him, like liking video games and being like a sexist or something, and then like within a week you hear like that production company is actually legally retracting that statement. And it's like, yeah, they fucking better. And I'm glad that, you know, Henry can handle it so well while being respectful and very, just like a very classic gentleman, you know. He did exactly what he was asked to do, take the role on and own it fully. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't really understand, like, if the money is not coming from the audience, right? Because there's like failure after failure after failure after failure on all of these different series in very similar ways to like what fails internally to like a Cavill project or whatever, due to like infighting or whatever it is, or just poor leadership or like strange pushing of like odd messages that nobody wants. What is the point, like, of continuing to push it? Is there some sort of financial incentive from the investors that we just don't see? Is there someone with just like infinite money able to continue to like push this shit? I just don't. You think eventually the loss from the consumer side would catch up to them, you know, and things would, the tides would shift. They just wanted someone to slam because they didn't want to pay him for then doing consulting outside of the acting. I'm sure he probably would have fucking done it for free. Netflix pushing effing grifters. See, that's what I don't understand. Like, sure, there's a lot of like reviewers on YouTube that call out shows for being shite or pushing something that like nobody wants, but it's certainly not their fault, because like they represent in many ways a large portion of the consumers, and it's not like all the consumers are just like that lean that direction or whatever, or agree with them, are just going to like, I am a sheep who doesn't even give the show a shot. It's like I'm not even going to watch it. I would have otherwise loved it if I would have watched it. No, it's like it doesn't matter if like fucking some, you know, nerd on the internet tells you not to like something. Like, you're going to watch it probably, and if it's shit, then it's shit. Like, I don't really like this sort of like displacing blame for the failure of a project either onto the audience being bad, or the audience, or some reviewer being bad who has such massive influence and needs to be curtailed. Like, it just makes zero fucking sense. And I just don't understand, because it just seems like the producers of these shows in Hollywood or wherever live in some sort of like delusional reality to continue to like believe as such. It's the complete opposite of reality in some ways. Because they know that everyone will see the headline, few will see the retraction. Doesn't matter if it's true or not, they know. Yeah. At least Henry Cavill in many ways has the ability to legally pressure someone to retract their statement, whereas like many content creators get called terrible things by whatever fucking outlet and they never get a fucking retraction. They're going to use the profits from Wolverine and Deadpool for completely unrelated movies. Oh, yeah, I mean, I guess if the studio, like, yeah, they end up making up for it or whatever, maybe. I don't know. I can't imagine you continue to put hundreds of $1 millions into the production of a movie and then as well as in the advertising and then just lose. Like, how is that ever, like, a winning strategy? Mom told him that he should wait till Christmas before opening it, but Dad was right when he said nothing on the package marked it out as a gift, and the wrapping paper was plain and there wasn't any sort of Merry Christmas written on the tag. The only distinctive marking it had was my dad's name, so he figured it was something to do with work and wouldn't be particularly exciting. The last thing my mom said to him was something like, "Well, if it's edible, at least share some with us." And he said he would, and then he walked out of the kitchen. Seconds after my dad carried the package up to his office, I finished my coffee, put the cup in the sink, and then walked into the family room and flopped down on the couch in front of the TV. I was flicking through the channels when I called out to my mom asking what time dinner was going to be ready. I didn't get to finish that sentence, though. I was midway through when we both heard this very tremendous bang coming from upstairs, and we met each other in the hallway. Mom and myself, I mean, and then ran upstairs to see what the hell made that noise. Mom made it to the door of my dad's office first, and when she opened it, I didn't see what was inside. I just sort of smelled this burning of chemicals before Mom started to scream. And what happened next was kind of a blur. I remember looking into the office and seeing my father, but then immediately slamming the door closed again because he wasn't him anymore. It was a complete mess in there. Pieces of him were everywhere, and I knew he was dead. There was no bringing him back, and there was so much blood and bits of body everywhere that my gut reaction was to just not want to see him. My priority... Jesus, dude, what the fuck? When did this happen? Merry Happymas. I'm gonna use the money for a giant party. That would be sick. And then you have to like go to the party and guess which one's me. Hey, thank you, Hazel. Appreciate you. What do I want for Christmas? Probably an iPad would be cool. My priority was Mom, and it kind of amazes me how I figured all that out in a fraction of a second, totally wordlessly. She saw what she saw and screamed, like you might expect any regular person to do when they see their life partner blown apart in front of them. But with me, it was like a shutdown, emotionally I mean, so I could deal with the fact that my mom was having a complete nervous breakdown right before my eyes. I mean, given what she'd seen, what we'd just seen, there was no telling what she was going to do. The only thing I could get her to focus on was calling 911, so that's what we did. But then, we tell the 911 operator what had happened, and then that sent her into a spiral. You think Wikipedia is making bank on their please donate and save us links posted on the top of the site? I do see that from time to time when I go there. I'm like, Jesus Christ, how many times do we have to save you, old man? Maybe you should just die. She wailed and cried and... Okay. But yeah, probably. Kind of like whenever you go to a grocery store and it's like, do you want to round up for children's hospital bullshit? And you're always like, no. But if you said yes, it's like, we promise we'll donate it for you. But it's probably just like some like write-off. I have walked through filming for Supernatural back in the day a few times, as well as The Flash and a series of unfortunate events. That's cool. Wait, so you worked in that industry? I met the actress for Ruby directly while helping myself to a catering table on this... Oh, okay, you were just kind of like wandering through it. That's awesome. If I was a business, I'd be going out of business the wild time I'm in business. The whole time. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. But I don't understand. Is that like the viable option at this point? Is like you take some money from an investor, you push some like terrible ideas that you know the consumers statistically won't enjoy, and then you just write it all off while making some sort of weird profit from the investor side. But I mean, don't you have to answer to the investors anyways? Because I feel like that's what happened with Ubisoft and whatnot. Like Ubisoft was in talks of like getting bought out by Tencent recently, even though they've had years and years of like pretty solid IPs, but just over the course of the past like 5 have just like, you know, pooped out shit over and over again. And it does seem like, you know, them going private is pretty concerning, selling off all their IPs or whatever. But then, She told the 911 operator what had happened, and then that sent her into a spiral again. She wailed and cried and passed the phone over to me, and I had to leave the room just to be able to focus on what was coming out of my mouth. It was terrible. Without a doubt, the single worst thing I've ever experienced, and I know for a fact that I'll never get over it. But that's not because it was so sudden or violent. It's because even all these years later, we have no idea who sent that package or why. The only clue I got is how people at his job acted in the time after his funeral. Dad worked for some import or export company that operated out of Los Angeles and San Diego. He made them a lot of money, and he was paid handsomely for his services. The company was amazing in the initial aftermath of his death. They paid all of his funeral costs, made sure the life insurance and pension money came through, and even offered to pay for me and my mom to head off on a vacation to Hawaii for about a month, though we didn't accept that offer. And when it came time for me to try and find out what Dad actually did for them, as in what his job was, they completely shut down and started stonewalling us. They basically said that they were more than happy to assist with any further financial costs in relation to Dad's murder, but when it came time to finding out so much as a scrap of information about how he actually made them their money, that was against company policy. They promised that they'd worked hand in hand with the cops should they reach out to talk to them, but then, according to those very same cops, the company only did the bare minimum that they were legally required to do, and then their lips were sealed. As one cop put it, they went out of their way to ensure that we only had a vague job title and description in the form of product acquisition and a very little. Kickstart a landmine, hell yeah. Wake up, landmine, it's time to party. It's time to farty. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get this party sharded. Maple Bacon with another 5 gifters, 2. Stuffy King, Raindrop Lost, Angelique, Kalkashi, and Mouse. Welcome, friends. Thank you, Maple Bacon. Very kind. You guys all have access to bonus content. As one cop put it, they went out of their way to ensure that we only had a vague job title and description in the form of product acquisition, and very little else. We didn't know what his day-to-day looked like. We didn't know the names of the people he worked with, and when it came to the possibility of Dad making any enemies through his job, his bosses and coworkers were less than helpful. It made no sense to us at the time. How could they be so helpful and not get in trouble with the law for, I don't know, obstruction of justice or something like that? Well, they had lawyers, a lot of them, who helped them stay well within the legal guidelines, while at the same time keeping us and the cops almost completely in the dark. We had no idea who had sent that bomb, no idea why they'd wanted to kill my father, and no idea how the hell they'd managed to make the whole thing completely untraceable. The only thong I was wearing. The only thing the cops could think of was that whoever built that bomb and delivered it to our house had been hired as a professional to do a job. In other words, my dad was killed by a corporate hitman. They never found the guy that did it, and we never found if anyone paid to have him killed, and if so, who. The pain has gotten easier over the years, and Mom definitely still struggles with it from time to time, but in terms of being able to function as a family, things have gotten a lot better. The only thing I've struggled with is the resentment that I feel towards the people he worked with, the people who abandoned us when we needed them most, and the people I'm pretty sure have intimate knowledge of the circumstances in which my dad was murdered. I've had 2 different therapists tell me that, if I let it, my resentment will be the thing that destroys me. But I disagree. I think the only people who really suffer if I let that happen are the people who know what happened to my dad. Oh, God damn it. Why does my voice like randomly crack? Probably from smoking crack. Leah H, thank you, and welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus contento. I think the only people who will really suffer if I let that happen are the people who know what happened to my dad. Eat the rich. What if you get rich? Do we eat you? Does that mean that you're nice and plump like a Thanksgiving turkey? What's like the definition of rich? Like at what point can we start cannibalizing people? I see it all the time. People want to eat them, but it's like, is it when they start making like over $15 an hour at Starbucks or whatever? Do we get to devour the employees behind the desk? Or does it have to be $25 an hour? 300K? Liquid assets over 3 million? Guys, you can't... We have to figure this out. I'm getting hungry. How are we gonna know who to go for? Wagwan, Patrick. Wagwan. Any tips on where to begin with voice narration? We went over a little bit earlier. Microphone, Audacity for recording. The microphone can be cheap, Blue Yeti. Pop filter to cover like a 6 inches from the mic or whatever, or like a fist distance. Maybe like a microphone elbow for your desk in case you get one of those instead. And then just like a editing program for videos, which I think DaVinci Resolve is free, though I've never really used it. I used it for a little bit, but it kept having like weird audio glitches with my audio where it would have like loud clicks in it and I couldn't figure it out. Most of us are safe, just making biltong out of 2% and let everyone have a bite. You should do voice acting for video games. I agree, dude. That'd be sick. If you know any agents, let them know. I'm ready, and I'm willing. Oh shit. Crap, I forgot to turn that off. I don't know if you can hear that in the background, but it's just like the air going. I'll be right back. Let me turn that off real quick. Okay, sorry. Oh, wow. Toast on my bread, put it. SAG-AFTRA. Need more paranormal vids. I did actually just record a paranormal story. We're gonna try to incorporate animations at the beginning of paranormal videos from now on, just to kind of make them more interesting. Obviously with the narration too. The poop screen. Yeah, as soon as that screen comes on, everybody shits their pants. Your AFTRA is sagging. Wait, Justin, are you still doing... I feel like I've asked you this before, but are you still doing, like, acting, or... is it just all OnlyFans now? It was a quiet evening, just... okay. Used to watch your videos and live religiously probably 4 to 5 years ago and just stumbled across this live after years. Crazy being back after all these years. Oh, dang. What made you stop? Where you been? Good to see you. What would happen if you toast all your bread? Does it just stay toast? I guess so. I wonder if it would be like less likely to I wonder if it would be like less likely to go moldy if you like just left it out or whatever. It gets soggy and gets a weird texture. Is that just if you put butter on it and then let it sit? Probably don't want to do that. It was a quiet evening, just a few days before Christmas. I was alone in my flat, enjoying my first evening of Christmas leave with my dog, Max, who was curled up at the foot of my couch. The weather was really nasty outside, and the flat that I was in at the time was a corner unit, so whenever the wind blew particularly hard, it created this cartoonish howling sound which, if you were nice and warm inside, was actually quite comforting. It was about 6 o'clock, and I was on my couch under a pile of blankets, sipping a cup of coffee, when I heard a knock at my door. It wasn't a loud knock, but it was sudden enough to startle me. It wasn't often that anyone knocked on my door because we had an intercom system for the building. If someone was knocking, it was most probably one of my neighbors. I didn't Boom, boom. You watched my channel more than any other this year. Thank you. Did you guys got like a YouTube wrap up, right? Or was it just for podcasts? Because I wanted to see actually what YouTube shit I watched, and I couldn't find it anywhere, or like didn't get an email about it. Oh, it draws moisture from the air, the bread. Damn. I had a nightmare about my realtor, then woke up to see what you're doing. Somehow scary stories are better. More chill. Your Spotify Wrapped had you at the top of the cream of the crop listeners for you. Oh, that's awesome. It would be cool if it showed, I don't know, it didn't even have to show their names, but just show people who like listen the most. Is this goober yapping? That's all I do, dude. Yappa-dap-dap, yappa-dappa-doo. I didn't hesitate to get up and walk down the corridor towards the front door, but out of curiosity, I had looked through the peephole so I could see who it was. And there was a man, dressed as Father Christmas, with a clipboard in one hand and one of those plastic charity collection cups in the other. You know, the kind with just a little slot in the top to put money in. He was wearing the whole Santa Claus getup, hat and fake silvery beard included, so I couldn't see exactly who was underneath it. But the clipboard and collection cup had me assuming that it was one of my neighbors collecting for charity. I cracked the door open just a sliver, keeping the chain lock in place, and then said, "Hi there," in the assumption that he was about to explain what charity he was collecting for, etc. But after taking an innocent-looking step towards the door, and raising the collection cup, the man lunged at the door and pressed his weight against it in an attempt to force it open. His eyes were the only part of him that I could really see, but the way they changed in that moment was absolutely terrifying. They were so wide, and his face turned so red, but then as he pushed, the door Chan. The Chris Chan. It was Chris Chan himself. You get your recap around summer. Oh, that's funny. Wonder if it just knows. It just schnows at that point. The door got chammed. That's what they should call that whenever like the door chain gets caught. They should come up with a verb for it, that the door got chammed. Yeah, that's my Shakespearean contribution to society tonight. Is whenever someone tries to get into your house and the chain catches them, the door is chammed. Or when you go to open it and don't realize the chain is like that, you just jam the door. The music you play in the background is similar to what I play with headphones on when I sleep, like the one you're hearing right now. Like just like dark, Mr. Dark Christmas. Depending on the environment, it's the only reason bread goes stale quicker. In the fridge, the moisture causes the starches to crystallize, more humidity, gets soggy, yucky. Did you bring your door? Because you're gonna get chammed. It's chummed. We're chumming the waters and we're chamming our doors. They turned so wide, and his face turned so red. But then as he pushed, the door chain... Sorry, that looked weird and sounded weird. They turned so wide and his face turned so red. But as he pushed, the door chain caught with a loud metal snap. It was holding, but just barely, and I remember how panic rose up in me as he continued to push. The door rattled on its hinges as the man shoved even harder, growling sometimes under his breath as he forced his hand through the grap. God damn it! It's a mix of... See, that's a new word too. When someone tries to grab you through a door gap after the door's just been chammed, they try to grab you. The door rattled on its hinges as the man shoved even harder, growling sometimes under his breath as he forced his hand through the gap, his fingers clawing at the chain. Everything happened in a blur. I tried to push the door shut, but he was too strong, and when the chain suddenly snapped, the door flew open, and he was inside. As he came towards me, the smell of alcohol hit me like a wave. I screamed, backing away as fast as I could, but the apartment was small. There was nowhere to run. My back hit the wall and he was on me, his breath hot and rancid as his hands grabbed my arms, and he used his weight to pin me in place. Then I heard the low, guttural growl, cutting through the chaos like some blade, and in the corner of my vision, I saw Max leap up off the couch, his hackles raised and teeth bared. And I'd never seen him like that before. He'd always been such a sweet, gentle dog with people and other animals, but that night, he was transformed into a furious, snarling beast. Max launched himself at the man and bit the arm that he was using to hold me. The man screamed and then loosened his grip as he tried to shake Max off. I remember seeing skin and blood under... What do you need to do VTubing? Like, obviously you need to like rig an animated avatar, but do you just need a camera to like view you? And like, how often does that camera like malfunction and accidentally like show you? Has like that ever happened to a VTuber where the camera fails and just like shows a normal camera and the person just there, like they're playing like a kawaii little e-girl, and then it turns out to be some like old, Incel 40-year-old man with a neck beard. This goober be yapping. Oh, you know what I need to do? Since it's Christmas. Since it's motherfucking Christmas. I have a present for everyone. Okay, let's... Let's think. How can I launder money? Oh, perfect, right here. Just kidding. Boom, 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 hoinky, shboinky. Merry Christmas, everybody. To 20 lucky members of the channel. Welcome. Andre, Haley Dudley, Dana Kai, MDA33, James Bridge, 52 Hertz, Classic Mike Cade, Mother of Microbes, Gooey Bliffen, it's a great name, Pokemon Happiness, Astro Child, Errol's Streams Homestead, Calla Lily from California, Jamie, Kyoko, and L. And Roslyn, Die Wild, Christina Beasley, Caroline Meyer. Real name is Faith. Welcome, friends, and Merry Christmas to you. You now have access to bonus content. Why does the stream hate me and constantly stagger from live? My internet is golden. That's a good question. Stream quality is good. I haven't had any interruptions. Maybe you can run it at a lower bit rate, or at a lower, like, not at like 1080 or whatever. Run it at like 240 and the audio should still maintain. I don't quite know. Maybe there's things I need to change. Let's read Big Boy Talk right now. Mr. Nightmare or Chilling Scares. I don't know. I don't really watch either of them. But I do think that they should wrestle 100%, if that's what you're asking. They should immediately fight. And Caitlin Bailey, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. I don't want to accept the gift, but I think that somebody else deserves it more than me because I just want your shit regardless, so I don't think I need a membership. Well, the membership just gives you like access to bonus content, so if you haven't gotten a chance to listen to any of that, you know, you can get it, accept it or whatever, and then binge the cringe. It is kind of crazy just how fast the Chilling Scares channel just kind of just like pops off, you know what I mean? Like I don't even know what to make of it because it's not even like necessarily connected to a... I mean, I guess Mr. Nightmare in and of himself is sort of an anonymous character as well, but it just goes to show you how fast, if you guys want, you can like pop off within that space. Like almost 2 million subscribers. Wow, 4 days ago. 6 most disturbing cases of real found footage. 4 disturbing missing child cases. Creepypastas based on true story. Like, yeah, I mean, obviously, like if you kind of go back to the oldest, you can sometimes... Well, I guess he started off doing video stuff, which did well, but then did scary stories that were like exactly the same as like Mr. Nightmare's like video length and like thumbnail style, which is kind of brilliant. And then kind of evolving back into video stuff because it's a much wider audience there. But it's funny because it's like he has a Twitter, not a single tweet, like a G, which is smart, never use social media, and then an Instagram that also has no posts. And I'm just, you know what I mean? Like it's just so strange to like see people pop up and just do so well, but be so like anonymous about it. And I'm like, hell yeah, dude, that's the way to go. You think it's Rainn Wilson? Does it sound like Rainn Wilson? Let's take a listen. No, that doesn't sound like Rainn Wilson at all. It sounds like a young 20s gentleman or teenager. But I do know that Rainn Wilson has some type of like horror podcast. I don't know what it is. Yeah, sometimes I think to myself that I should do more videos that have like video content specifically on YouTube, just like here and there to like draw different views or different whatever. Because I mean, if I'm looking at like my most viewed videos, most popular, it's a 2-sentence horror animation, which, you know, is visual, another animation visual. Now granted, I guess the next ones are long, you know, animation compilation, or not anime, but long narration compilations, which is kind of my motivation to continue to do compilations. I know sometimes it pisses people off that the stories are what you may have heard before, but, you know, people really enjoy those. And then, yeah, the top 28 most authentic Bigfoot videos in real footage. The most authentic you've ever seen. Monkey in a cage. But yeah, you know, based on that, maybe I should jump back into the realm of just like commenting on scary videos and stuff, because I'm sure it can't be that hard to like find them and just give. I mean, would that be something you guys would want to see? Like just every once in a while, like scary found footage. You think Apple is dragging the AirPods? What do you mean dragging them? What about Michael Jackson? We could invite him on the show for sure. Or you're saying that's, yeah, he actually runs Chilling Scares. What's my criteria for considering a collab? I don't really know, honestly, at this point. Like, a bigger motivation would be like, what do I get out of it kind of thing? Like, would I gain more subscribers by collabing with this person, or maybe I just like really enjoy somebody's voice and need to put it out there. But honestly, sometimes it's just like random, like I'm just feeling like nice that day and I'm like, all right, yeah, jump in. Or in the, you know, I remember Jay Nightmares really helped me out by finding a bunch of like Japanese stories, and I'm like, of course you can be in the video because you helped me out there, you know. But it's one of those things where it's like once you get to a certain size, it's hard to like kind of find people within your niche that you can collab with that's like mutually beneficial, I suppose. Eight years, that's crazy. Collab with Nick Crowley. I don't know, you know, I just like, there's some people that I reach out to. Like, I don't really have like much of a network of individuals within the horror community anymore, because his channel is like, you know, the views that he gets are just like so much larger than myself. You know, I get what, like 100,000 views on a video is good. He gets 23 times that, you know what I mean? Same with Nexpo. It's like their channels are like technically massive compared to mine, so it wouldn't really make a lot of like logistical sense for them to want to collab unless there was something I could provide them with, which the only thing I could really provide them with, I feel like, is maybe helping them with research, obviously doing the voiceover stuff. I don't know, but there's a lot of people in the community, you know, horror community that I've like reached out to and they just don't say anything back, which is totally fine too. But it kind of just like puts a thought into your head where you're like, well, maybe I should just kind of just go solo and not give a shit, you know, and just see how far I can just push it here, you know. Mr. Beast, yeah. Hopefully he'll have me on here soon. I'll be one of his contestants that he throws down into a pit. Can you survive in the snake pit for 50 days with no sunlight or food? Oh no, I mean, I've worked with B-Busta in the past. And honestly, at this point, it's like, even if I were to get on like Mr. Nightmare's channel, you know what I mean, be one of his videos, I don't even know to what extent the number of subscribers of his would even come over. I can't imagine it, because sometimes even when I have like people who just started out on my channel, they look at the number of subscribers they get and it's like not even 100. You know what I mean? So, in a similar circumstance, like getting on someone's channel as like a collaboration doesn't necessarily mean that you'll develop some crazy following from it. Go on Creepcast. Yeah, what do they do on there? I mean, would that even be a possibility, I feel like I would need to know them, and I don't know them, I think it's rude to not answer. I mean, it is what it is, It's like you can't... at the end of the day, people's YouTube channels are businesses, So it's like kind of cold calling a business and being like, hello, would you like to... Can I provide your business with toiletries or something? And if they just don't answer, it's like clearly they have toiletries and are not in need. Or, hello, would you like to provide, direct compensation to your employees to go exercise at our gym? And if they don't need that or care, or doesn't really seem to benefit them, it's not like that big a deal to not respond or whatever. Do you think the state of YouTube's going to change a lot once TikTok is banned? I don't think so, really. I mean, the thing is, though, is like I don't watch a lot of, or I never really did watch any of TikTok, really, to just know the creators in that space or anything of that nature. So, I mean, YouTube and Instagram Reels, like, they have their short-form content infrastructure in place, so they definitely are certainly able to absorb those creators from TikTok space over here, and as well as absorbing their audience, presumably. Obviously, they don't have quite the same presentation that TikTok might have or whatever, and definitely not the same culture. But I don't know, I think they should be good to go, but I don't imagine like too much changing. Recently started watching TikTok and it's 90% thirst talk. Yeah, I mean that's just how it goes. Like, to get people's attention, to click on like short form ADHD brain rot content, you know what I mean? You have to show boobs and ass and shake them around and just like trigger somebody's like reptilian brain. Just kind of how it goes. What's up, Gooey? You were lucky to win the draw on the raffle there. Hey, Campbell, take care. And there's nothing to be ashamed by it at the end of the day. It's like, what people want, You have what people want, which is like simulated sex, or it triggers something in the brain that excites them through sex, and you market that to them, and, it just is what it is. In the same way, like, sure, I mean, some male content creators have to sit there and like plan a video out and edit it and do the right research and learn those particular skills or whatever, but it's a different thing. It's not necessarily like zeros and ones or whatever. It's just male and female content creators are sort of existing within like an asymmetrical plane of existence, and that's totally fine. When is the taxi driver gaming stream? Just me out there driving taxi, kidnapping people. Never even time TikTok or Instagram. Been in Rumble a lot lately when YouTube used to be before all the censoring and constant toxic algorithms. Yeah, what's even on Rumble? Is it just all like political stuff, or you could use thirst to your advantage? I guess so. I don't, I've thought of, I wish there was someone that could really do a good job at like marketing my short form content, but I've tried it a few times with a few different editors and none of it really ever takes off, or not even like one of them ever gets like viral success. So I just don't know what that would look like in particular, you know what I mean? Pretty sure Magic Wave and what's it say? Femtasy would take your voice? What's that? Is that like OnlyFans for voices or something? Yeah, I'm gonna have to start using my body. I'll have to do the goatsy. No, it's just another way to get your content out there. I was told you get paid right away on Rumble. Oh, word, yeah. I think I do. I had someone years ago reach out and said that they would start me up a Rumble and start uploading my content there, and then give me the password and stuff, which they did. But I don't think I've uploaded since then. Oops, I typed Rumble twice for some reason. So I am on Rumble, but it was well over a year ago, and each of the videos have like a couple hundred views, but that's about it. So maybe they'll stumble across it some way and maybe find the podcast or YouTube channel where I actually do make money. Kermit the Frog, 3 a.m. Gone sexual. Okay. Let's get locked in, shall we? I remember seeing skin and blood under his torn red suit as Max held on, growling loudly the whole time. The man stumbled back, hammering his other fist against the top of Max's head, but he was relentless. He bit and clawed, his sheer determination driving the man further away from me, giving me time to scramble to my feet. My legs trembled so badly that I could barely stand, but adrenaline pushed me to grab the first thing I could reach, which happened to be a very heavy wooden Buddha statue from the shelf. I hurled it at the man, point blank too, and it hit him so hard in the face that it split his forehead open. He shouted something terrible, staggering backwards while bringing up a hand to his face. Max let go of his arm, but then chased him all the way down the corridor, snapping at his legs as he staggered back towards the open doorway, with blood streaming down his face and onto that fake silvery white beard. He stumbled out of my flat, but Max stopped at the threshold to bark ferociously at him as the man disappeared down the stairs. No one came out of their flats to help me. Most had gone home to see family elsewhere, I think, and anyone in that flat's... Wait, what? Either didn't... Oh. Kermit D. Frog. D standing for... Wiener Dick. No one came out of their flats to help me. Most had gone home to see family elsewhere, I think, and anyone in those flats either didn't hear the commotion or just pretended not to. For a moment after I pulled Max in and closed the door, there was silence except for Max's ragged breathing. I managed to walk back into my living room, and then I sat down on the couch again, trembling, in a state of disbelief. It all happened so suddenly, and it had ended just as quickly. I think that it must have been no more than 2 minutes from the knock on my door to me sitting back down on my couch again. It was all surreal. Max trotted over to me, his tail wagging slightly as he looked up at me with this sort of "I did a good job" look. And I wrapped my arms around him, burying my face in his fur, and I started to cry. Eventually, I managed to pull myself together enough to call the police. They arrived quickly, and I explained everything, and they examined the scene before taking a few photos of the broken door chain. They were both very nice, and as one of the officers knelt down to pet Max, he said, "This one's a little hero, isn't he?" And I couldn't have agreed more. If it hadn't been for him, I don't know what would have happened, and thinking about it makes my stomach churn. The man in the Santa suit was caught not far away, still bleeding from the bites my dog had given him. The police later told me that he had a criminal record, a very long one, which honestly didn't surprise me. But what did surprise me was how brazen he'd been about it, how he'd just knocked on someone's door, almost at random. But it wasn't at random, not according to the police. It couldn't have been. and what they told me would come to haunt me for a very long, long time. And that night in bed, as I laid there with Max curled up beside me, I couldn't sleep. The apartment felt too quiet, too dark, and every little noise made my heart race. But whenever the fear threatened to overwhelm me, I reached out and rested my hand on Max's back, feeling the steady rise and fall of his breathing. He was my protector, my best friend, and I never felt so fortunate to have him in my life. Christmas came and went, but the break-in had a way of overshadowing things. I asked my mom not to tell anyone about it over Christmas dinner because it was a chance for me to try and forget about it, even if it was just for an afternoon. But even then, it was still there in the background. I felt a lot less safe back in my flat than any I felt before. I felt like this. I felt a lot less safe. I felt a lot less safe back in my flat than any I felt before. I see. Jordan Peterson is the voice of Kermit. It's him. You taking all your sleeping meds and they just haven't kicked in yet? You might have to go for do some yoga stretching or maybe go for a little walk. I'm not Max is the dog in the story and he is in this chat right now. Everyone say good boy, Max. I felt a lot less safe back in my flat, and any safety that I felt before felt like a silly little illusion, but I also felt a deep sense of gratitude. I was okay. Max had saved me, and that was all that mattered. From that day onward, I never looked... From that day onward, I never took his fucking shite. What's up, Katie? Got that dog in him. From that day onward, I never took his loyalty for granted. I gave him extra treats, took him on extra long walks, and gave him all the love I could possibly give. He had been there for me when I needed him most, and I would spend the rest of my life repaying that debt. All right. We're moving, we're grooving. Oh, man. Anybody playing Marvel Rivals? And when will they curb stomp Jeff out of the game? You have a question? Okay. I'm in the chat on my phone, but I have a guest account playing on the live on the TV in the living room. I'm playing Stardew on your tablet. Nice, dude. Should have a TV running the stream in every room so you never miss a second. As a 30-year-old man, what's the youngest you'd date? I don't know, dude. I mean, I feel like it definitely comes down to how people sort of interact with each other. You know what I mean? Like, I think I do remember you saying you went on a date. Well, I don't actually know how old you said you were in chat there, but I don't know. At the end of the day, I guess as long as like people get along and shit and whatever. But Yeah. And then obviously as you get older, the age gaps kind of like matter less and less, I suppose. Well, like something like 10 years or whatever. Like if you're like 40 and you're dating someone 30, it's just like what, you know, what crazy difference in maturity could there really necessarily be? And I don't know. But at the same time, like sometimes people, like if you're 30 dating someone who's like in fresh out of college, like I feel like it would almost like take time for the sort of similarities or what. But even that, it's like, do you have a lot in common? I mean, if you do, then it's whatever. I don't know. You're 27, your age gap is about 5 years max. Yeah, you know, if you're on those apps and stuff, because, yeah, what are you really going to chit-chat about and that kind of thing? But I guess at the end of the day, it's just one of those things where, I don't know, you know, if people are having a successful relationship with an age gap that is not weird or whatever, or like not, you know, bad, then it's like, who are we to sort of interfere with their existence, as long as there's not some sort of like strange exploitative dynamic or something. You have a 4-year age gap with your boyfriend. I'm definitely far less mature than he is. He turned 27 on the 18th. Yeah, I mean, maybe that just comes down to your like life experiences or whatever, or just also sometimes personality is just, people's personalities are just a little bit different, you know. Some people are more anxious towards things and might come off as like some degree of maturity or whatever. Unless you're saying you're more mature than him, which would be funny. I was 21, briefly dated a man who was 30, and I ended it because I was scared that he would move way faster into marriage due to his age. Oh, like pushing you towards it. Yeah, and you know, once again, if like your cultural or, you know, general interests in life at that time don't match up, then yeah, it just doesn't match up. And that's a good thing to obviously talk about before you jump into those kinds of things, because I'm sure someone that is older probably is not as comfortable to just like casually take things wherever. You were 23 with a 50-year-old? What was that circumstance? That seems like a lot. But one time I did find my neighbors fighting. I stepped in, pulling a person off of the other and tell them to stop, that don't lose your power. What are you talking about? I think I'm just naturally insecure, and I battle with worrying about him finding someone younger quite often. Yeah, but I mean, you guys are like still both young though, so what younger is he going to... I don't know. I mean, I guess and I assume you've talked to him about it before, or just kind of, I mean, obviously you don't want to like impart some sort of anxious insecurity upon him like he's guilty before even like cheating or whatever, but if that's something you're worried about, then you just discuss it and get it out there at least. What if you're a 1,000-year-old vampire? In that situation, do whatever the fuck you want. I don't want the smoke. I don't want the bite. My partner is aging a lot faster than me, and I have concerns that at some point someone is going to ask why my dad is holding my hand. Well, I mean, he's aging a lot faster. Interesting. I don't... Well, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, how old are you when he turned? See, I was bitten by a vampire when I was 3 years old. So I do weird people out sometimes with my maturity as a toddler. I'm leaving. I might be back in time, so good night, Joel. Peace out, Jessica. Have a good one and have a good holiday. Oh, chronic illness. Am I glittery? Yeah, in the right sunlight. Christmas Eve was cold. I was walking through the streets carrying a bag of gifts, and the sidewalks were busy and there were lights and decorations everywhere. I saw a man sitting on the curb near an empty lot, and his coat was very old and torn. He had a long beard and wore a beanie, and I thought he was homeless and needed help. I felt bad for him. I reached into my wallet and pulled out a $20 bill. I walked over and held it out to him, and he looked at me, but his eyes didn't seem thankful. He didn't look happy at all, he just sort of stared. I thought he was surprised, so I leaned down and put the money in his hand, and as soon as I did, he stood up very quickly. He was bigger than I expected, and he moved fast. I stepped back, but he grabbed my coat and pushed me down. My back hit the ground and I couldn't get up, and he started hitting me. His fist came down hard and I tried to cover my face, but it didn't help. My head was spinning and everything hurt, and I could hear people walking by, but no one stopped. I couldn't call for help. After a while, he stopped and he stood over me, breathing heavily, and he bent down, picked up the $20 and put it in his pocket, and then he walked away. I just laid there, too hurt to move, and when I finally sat up, my coat was torn and my face was bleeding. My bag of gifts was on the ground, so I picked it up, and the lot where the man had been sitting was empty now, and I didn't know where he went. I just walked home slowly, and every step hurt. The streets didn't look as cheerful anymore, and the lights and decorations didn't seem bright. I just wanted to get inside and forget what happened. When I got home, I sat by my window and looked outside, and there was snow falling. My body hurt, but I felt a lot worse on the inside. I kept thinking about the man and the look on his face. He didn't just seem angry. There was something else, something I didn't understand. The next morning was Christmas, and I opened the gifts that I had bought for myself, but it didn't make me happy. All I could think about was that guy, and I wondered why he got so angry and why he attacked me, and I just couldn't figure it out. I spent the rest of the day feeling uneasy, and I kept looking out the window, but there was nothing there. And still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, and I didn't know if I would ever feel normal again. If we're trauma dumping, my ex-fiance kidnapped me twice. Damn. Kidnapped. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck it is. Some men just have like this psychotic need for control in a relationship. And I don't know, I just can't wrap my head around it, but it just seems like such a frequent thing, you know, and I don't know if it's, obviously it, I don't know, like what makes it happen or what leads to that point. Like somehow doing the worst possible thing ever is going to like end up in a net benefit for themselves or something, you know what I mean? Like some sort of fucking caveman, like there's no legal system. But I don't know what it is, like people that I've been with or dated or whatever it might be, is like I just don't feel a certain sense of possessiveness towards them, you know? There's a part of me that's not necessarily like apathetic, but just not like, I'm not gonna get, like, you do whatever the fuck you want, like I'm not gonna like go out of my way to tie people up or some shit, you know what I mean? Just, you think dating at this age is the most atrocious thing ever, Liz? Yeah, dude, I don't know. I mean, you kind of have to be with the person forever. I mean, maybe it's just an unnatural thing, the concept of dating. Like, just finding random people and just like, please be this checklist of things, you know? Please be good looking. Please be likable. Please have all these particular traits that we have in common. And then after we commit to each other and have kids and all, like, please continue to be attractive and please continue to be interesting to me and please continue. It just seems like when I hear about all that kind of stuff, like to just like constantly maintain it all the time for the rest of your life, that sounds really hard to do for both parties, you know what I mean? To like stay attractive, stay interesting, stay connected, you know, because you think about like friends that you've had, like your best friends, Like there's some times where like I've had my best friend, like we hadn't talked for a decent few years, you know, and then we just kind of like reconnect and pick things right back up like nothing happened. And that kind of to me seems almost like the natural way of human interaction at times. Like this sort of like connectedness but like non-committal concept, you know what I mean? But it's odd sometimes, this expectation within like relationships to just like be around them for the remainder of your life. ADHD means you don't suffer relationship death. What do you mean? How does dopamine in your brain affect? What does that even mean? Dating in this generation isn't possible. Is it? Or is it that you just haven't found the person? You come to terms that you may never find anyone. Well, doesn't mean you can't keep trying, you know? I mean, I know plenty of people who have like thought that they've found someone young and then they end up having kids and getting divorced, and now they're happy with somebody else or just not happy with some, you know, it's just in life there are just like no guarantees to anything. I tried getting married, he abused and kidnapped me, so yeah, that usually is kind of a red flag. Getting thrown in the trunk of a car, taped up. Trying is so painful, I won't. Yeah, I don't know, dude. Maybe go do something other than dating. Like, people are so obsessed with like finding their person or whatever, you know, but they never take the time to develop their own personality or their own interests or their own, you know what I mean? Because it's like, if you're putting so much weight onto another person to like fulfill your needs and everything in the world, it's like, it's a human being. Like, what human being in your life has ever been like really, really good, you know, or really, really perfect, and then continuously perfect and living up to your like imagined needs and expectations? But, you know, you can give yourself a better life, you know, you can make yourself feel better. So you might as well like build up those tactics and those strategies so that like whenever that person eventually fails you, probably statistically, at least you can be like, well, maybe I'll go rock climbing, I really like that, or maybe I'll whittle some wood, that brings me a degree of joy, or maybe I'll go work on that animation I've been doing, or, you know what I mean? Like, just fucking something. I get it. It bothers me when people say that relationships are work. I don't know about you, but it sounds totally ridiculous. I have to go to work. I don't want to come home for more work. Yeah, and you know, I mean, that's why I think maybe sometimes it's just like best to prioritize a person that's like a friend, you know? Like, you have similar interests that you met each other through, and you're a friend with them, and maybe initially you didn't want to like sit on their fucking face or whatever in some strange abstract like pornographic, you know, novel, but you know, maybe it just like built up over time, and now you have a foundation as like friends, so it's the expectations aren't as high, and then the relationship is a lot more natural, because you know, you're not always going to be having sex, like there's, which I think some people kind of like hang on to too much, you know, and I think just doing mundane shit together and feeling comfortable with that is probably much more preferable, you know, because eventually you're going to get old too, and hopefully you can get along with each other when you're old. Your biggest pet peeve is people thinking they need to be in a relationship to be happy, grow personality, get a life. I mean, you're stuck with yourself, whether you like it or not, for the rest of your life. Like, having some sort of abstract narrative that was sold to you by fucking Disney Channel or whatever, that another person is going to show up and it's magically going to just make it all better. Like, it might help, but it's not, you know, nothing can help you more than yourself. But no, yeah, having a strong sexual connection does, I mean, that's kind of like the biggest differentiation between a relationship versus a typical friendship, is that, you know, you bang each other, etc. Kitty, what are you doing? Pradeep is scratching the shit out of stuff. Someone from work let me borrow their old upright bass. Should probably dust it off the chops, to be honest. Yeah, give it a try. That sounds sick. I love the bass. It's all like the cello. Me and the homies get freaky, as you should, just like the Romans. Sometimes women need to be kept on a tight leash, and us guys need to be strict and do the job their parents didn't. No credit cards, etc. That sounds a little scary. That sounds like the person who got kidnapped. You might be that boyfriend. This has been vibey, but I gotta go to work tomorrow. Good night, and Merry Christmas, Joel, and all. Thank you, Grace. Merry Christmas to you. Take care. Seems like men can be completely happy being alone. In my experience, it seems like women can't. Last ex, after 3 years, we broke up. 1 month later, she was already in the next pogo stick. Yeah, definitely, like I said before, like, in the same fashion that, like, men, you know, create video essays and women might do, like, OnlyFans and shit. You know, the existence of men and women to each other is pretty asymmetrical, you know? Whereas men feel relatively secure. Or yeah, I've heard a saying before was like, the only thing worse than a man not being in a relationship is a woman not being in a relationship. And that's just, you know, sort of innately built into the nature of some women, is just the need to be with somebody and feel secure being with them, you know? Joe, I think your pronunciation of the Irish names is good. Thank you, I appreciate that. Trying me best. I don't think what you call it over there, but since I don't have time to date, I have a grown-up friend or adult friend. Oh, okay, that's, yeah, friends with benefits or whatever. Yeah, some people like that, and honestly, I'm sure most people would honestly probably be comfortable with their entire existence if they knew that every attractive person they saw on the street, they could just, like, sneak off into a fucking street corner and bang it out real quick and move on with their life. It is strange how, like, that's just sort of an innate need within us as humans, is sort of sexual satisfaction, you know? Family making comments not written anywhere. Marriage and kids is not set in stone. Pressure is annoying. I just ignore all of it. Yeah, I don't know. You hear people say, like, when are you gonna grow up and boo-da-da-da-ba-doo? Or when are you gonna do this? When are you gonna do that? And it's like, what do you fucking mean? Like, most of the time when people put pressure on you to, like, have a family or get married or whatever, which are all good things, but not something you want to fucking rush into and then end up like the 60% that are divorced later or whatever with a fucking broken home. You know, so it's... Most of the time people say those things to each other really just so they can kind of, like, compartmentalize you in their head. They literally just want to put you in a fucking box in their head that you're married to Margaret and you got 3 kids and the 3 kids play soccer, football, whatever the fuck, and you and her are going on a trip and they can feel jealous that you get to go on trips more than twice a year. I don't know, it's just like, people just want to make sense of you. You know, they want to make sense of you and keep you within a consistent narrative. But maybe sometimes the reason the consistent narratives exist is because, as a blanket statement, maybe it does make us feel better as a whole to be in relationships and happy and have family. But I definitely don't think you want to rush into something like that. Is it normal not to care about other humans in their lives? Yeah, definitely. I think you're free from many things to not concern yourselves with the drama of others. The same way my fucking grandmother is so concerned with every stupid thing someone says on Facebook. Did you ever notice that? Like, parents are annoying as fuck on Facebook, but like grandparents, I don't know what the fuck it is. You say something on Facebook, it's like the Pope or the president giving like an inaugural speech. It like hangs in the mind of their, like, the history of their mind for fucking ever. Like, oh, did you see what they said? They said they're depressed. What's depressed? 21 and I would get married tomorrow if he asks. For real, I love my boyfriend and the life we have together. That's good. That's freaking awesome. I honestly hope that it works out. Like, that sounds freaking cool. You should just ask him. A big part of his attachment style is avoidant, anxious, secure, anxious/avoidant. I don't know, honestly. Joel's posting ungodly nonsense again. There he goes again. Saying that he has an idea for a skit for I Think You Should Leave. I don't even know what that stupid show is. Something to do with a banana, like a banana hot dog mix? Or putting a banana in a hot dog bun with ketchup and relish? As a prank? That's not funny. Cyber horror stories in the foreseeable future. I definitely think so. Cybercrime is definitely one that could be useful or fall within the realm of like deep web instead of deep web, or be a little bit more of a wider topic. Alright, did I? Yeah, we finished this one, story 4. So we're about halfway there. House is finally paid off and would have never happened if I was trapped, shackled with marriage and kids. Goal now is to retire and work to finish gym and game room. Nice. That's awesome. Nice to meet you. That's your name based on the chat. Thanks for the stories. Yeah, no worries. No worries. Thanks for being here. We're just always recording. It was the day before Christmas, and the store was chaotic with last-minute shoppers. Parents rushed through the aisles, pushing carts piled high with wrapping paper, decorations, and toys, and the shelves were almost bare with only a few items left that looked like decent gifts. And people seemed frantic, grabbing whatever they could find. I was in the toy section trying to find something for my niece, and it was very slim pickings. Then I noticed a toy on the shelf that seemed to be the hot item. It was brightly colored and packaged to grab attention, and there was only a couple left, and I saw 2 parents reach for the same one at the exact same time. One was a man and the other was a woman, and they both grabbed it and wouldn't let go. They started arguing right away. The voices were sharp and loud, cutting through the noise of the store. Other shoppers began to notice and stop to watch. Neither of them would back down. The man pulled on the toy, but the woman held on tightly, and they were glaring at each other, and their faces were just red with frustration, and it was clear that neither was going to give up. The tension grew as they continued to fight over this toy. The man shoved the woman, and she stumbled, but didn't seem to fall, and she came right back at him, reaching for the toy again. And that's when it escalated. The man leaned in and bit her arm, hard. She screamed, and I saw blood starting to rush down her arm from where his teeth had broken the skin. People nearby gasped and backed away. Some tried to step in, but the man was still holding onto the toy, his grip seemingly unrelenting, and the woman clutched her arm, wincing in pain, but she didn't let go of the toy either. Store employees came running, and somewhere in the background I could hear the faint sound of sirens getting closer. And eventually the man dropped the toy onto the floor. He looked around. His chest was just heaving as he tried to catch his breath, and then he turned and started walking away, like nothing had happened at all. The woman was still holding her arm, and she bent down and picked up the toy, and she seemed to clung to it like it was the most important thing in the world. The police arrived shortly after, and they spoke to both of those people, and the man was taken away. The woman was given first aid for the bite, and she looked shaken and pale but refused to let go of that toy. The crowd that gathered slowly dispersed, and the store fell quiet again. People whispered as they walked away, avoiding that section of the store, and I left the store without buying anything. My hands were empty, but my mind was full of many questions. How could something like that, like a toy, lead to such violence? And as I walked to my car, I kept thinking about the child who would receive that toy. Would they ever even really know what their mom went through to get it? I hoped they wouldn't, but I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that the whole scene had left behind. We demand feet. You guys are always demanding feet. We want feet! We want feet! 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 Like everybody at like a table of like 300 with like fork and knife in one hand, just like banging on the table. Feet! 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 Alright. Just like lift my toe, like lift my bell-bottom jeans up like SpongeBob. Here you go. Everyone starts whistling and banging the table with like awooga eyes. Turns into a wolf. Ooga. Alright, story 6. Shite. We joke with our dog that we're gonna sell paw picks to pay for her expensive dog food and never-ending toys that she demolishes. That would be really funny. I'm sure you could sell that to the furry community or some shit. Here you go, guys. Only pause. Yeah, you could start that. On Christmas Eve of 1985, the surreal town of Ethel, Washington was abuzz with festive spirit. Christmas lights adorned houses and carolers filled the streets with songs of joy. Yet amidst the Yuletide cheer, a sinister act shattered the peace, leaving an indelible scar on the small community. The brutal murders of Ed and Minnie Maurin. Make sure I'm saying that. Maurin? Poop Knife. What's up, guys? We're Poop Knife. Thanks for coming out. Fuck. I can't get to Forvo for some reason. Please look up this fucking word. It's probably just... Oh, here we go. I mean, the French say it weird. Maureen. I will say Maureen. What's up, BTM? How we doing? Chug a Budweiser. He's the past 4 days of continuous consumption of alcohol led me out of Las Vegas. You made it. You broke free. Le Poop Knife. Yeah, how do you pronounce that in French? Le Poop Knife. The brutal murders of Ed and Minnie Maurin. I actually had to... Let me look this up. Let me freaking look this up. Because I feel like in true crime situation, you don't want to get that wrong, or it's kind of rude. Maurin. Oh, okay. Oh, alright. The brutal murders of Ed and Minnie Maurin, an elderly couple known for their kindness and warmth, remains one of the most harrowing crimes in the region's history. 81-year-old Ed Maurin and his wife of 83 years old, Minnie, were lifelong residents of Lewis County, Washington. Married for over half a century, they were pillars of their community, admired for their unwavering dedication to their family and church. Despite their advanced age, the Maurins were independent and active, spending their days tending to their farm and participating in local events. To their neighbors and friends, the Maurins seemed to have everything: a happy marriage, a loving family, and a peaceful life in rural America. No one could have imagined the terror that awaited them just one day before Christmas. On the morning of December 19th, 1985, the Maurins' routine took a puzzling turn. Family members who visited their home noticed something strange. The couple's car, a green 1969 Chrysler Newport, was missing. Their home appeared undisturbed, yet Ed and Minnie were nowhere to be found. A mysterious phone message left for their son suggested that something was amiss, but the message revealed no clear signs of danger. When their family tried calling, there was no answer. Neighbors reported seeing the couple earlier that morning, but their whereabouts after leaving home were unknown. Alarmed, the family contacted the Lewis County Sheriff's Office, initiating what would become an exhaustive search. The search for the Morans ended in tragedy on Christmas Eve. Their bodies were discovered in a remote wooded area near If you have 2 feet, you have more than average. Really? Wee-wee. You're telling me the majority of people on planet Earth are missing a foot? Or have a third one? Is it the French? Hey, Miss Crowley, how we doing? Feet. A third foot have hit the tower, sir. Feet. A second foot has just been posted to Twitter, sir. Along with some nipple. Their bodies were discovered in a remote wooded area near Adna, about 15 miles from their home. Both Ed and Minnie had been shot, execution style, in the back. The scene painted a grim picture. The elderly couple had been forced to kneel before being killed in cold blood. Investigators concluded that the Morans... Am I saying that right? I totally freaking forgot. Morin, okay. If you take the average number of feet compared to the people, such as amputation and accidents... Really? There's more amputations and accidents than just people with 2 feet? Joel has 4 nips. I actually have 8 for all of my litter to suckle from. They will all feed tonight. Investigators concluded that the Morans had been abducted from their home. Evidence suggested that they were coerced into withdrawing $8,500 from their bank account at a nearby branch earlier that day. The missing Chrysler was later found abandoned in a supermarket parking lot, its interior stained with blood. News of the murder sent shockwaves through Lewis County. Ethel, a close-knit community, struggled to come to terms with the violent crime. Vigils were held to honor the Morans, and locals came together to support the grieving family. The thought of such brutality inflicted upon 2 beloved community members was unfathomable. Unfathomable. You're hungry? What if you just didn't eat? If you just don't eat, are you gonna... maybe for like a day? What would happen? Lactose intolerant, that's funny. That would be funny. I post the feet pics and yeah, I'm missing all my toes. It's just kind of a stump. This is what you guys wanted. I have diabetes and this is what you guys wanted. Give us a yoinkiest of sploinkies. Okay, let's try it. There you go. What's up, Priscilla? How we doing? How we freaking doing? The thought of such brutally inflicted upon two beloved community members. I'm a member of this community. Went 3 days without food before, personal issues, but still all not fun. Yeah, 3 days I think is when you start to like eat your own muscle and stuff, which is pretty bad. I mean, there are benefits to extended fasting, but I think at 3 days is where you don't really start, it gets pretty unscrupulous. The thought of such brutality inflicted upon two beloved motherfricker. The thought of such brutality inflicted upon two beloved community members was unfathomable. They were the kindest people you could ever meet, said one neighbor. It's hard to believe anyone could harm them. Despite the outpouring of community support, the investigation faced significant challenges. Leads were scarce and the crime scene yielded few clues. Witnesses recalled seeing the Morin's car on the day of the disappearance. But descriptions of the individuals involved were inconsistent. The lack of surveillance technology in the 1980s further hampered efforts to identify the culprits. Detectives theorized that the murders were financially motivated. The forced withdrawal of $8,500 indicated that the perpetrators saw the Morins as an easy target. However, the brutality of the crime suggested a level of malice that went beyond mere greed. Over the years, the case grew cold, and despite their best efforts, law enforcement was unable to identify any suspects. The Morins family continued to advocate for justice, refusing to let the memory of Ed and Minnie fade away. And eventually in 2012, nearly 3 decades after the murders, the case took a dramatic turn. Advances in forensic technology and renewed investigative efforts led to the arrest of Rick Rife, a former resident of Lewis County who had long been suspected of involvement. Rife and his now deceased brother John Rife were believed to have targeted the Morins for their perceived wealth. The breakthrough came after witnesses came forward with new information, corroborating. Y'all, we do a whole month every year. A whole month of what? Of gaming? It's gamer month. You do a whole month of... Oh, yeah, that's right, with Ramadan. Yeah, but I mean, like, it's... You only have to make it from... Or you... When is it? You eat during sun... When there's no sun, right? So... But I was talking about, like, the extended fasting, like the 24-hour, 36-hour, 48. Because your body does go through some interesting processes of recycling different cells and... I think it prioritizes fat, I'm fairly certain. You fast from 2 a.m. to 10 p.m. 2 a.m. to... Oh, from 2 a.m. to... Oh, okay, interesting. Do you have some good meals during that time? The breakthrough came after witnesses came forward with new information, corroborating earlier suspicions about the Rife brothers' involvement. Additionally, investigators uncovered evidence linking Rick Rife to the crime, including testimony from individuals who had heard him boast about the murders. Rick Reif's trial in 2013 captivated the community. Prosecutors argued that Reif and his brother had abducted the Mormons, forced them to withdraw money, and then executed them to eliminate witnesses. They presented testimony from over 100 witnesses, painting a chilling portrait of the events leading up to the murders. Reif's defense maintained his innocence, arguing that the evidence was circumstantial and that the case relied heavily on witness testimony for decades prior from. Since I live in Finland, the sunrise during the time is different than the Middle Eastern countries. Yeah. Essentially live on one meal a day. I mean, that doesn't sound too bad as long as you don't feel like you're... As long as you feel like you're, like, in a healthy range or working towards whatever your fitness goals are. I think sometimes people pretend, like they don't get food during a day and they act like it's the end of the world or something, which it might feel because you're not used to that, but overall the human body really, hasn't evolved necessarily to just like this modern diet of like endlessly consuming food all the time. Even though I guess technically it is beneficial to do that if you're trying to do like bodybuilding or something. And that one meal a day does feel really, really good when you finally get to have it. Oh, 16 pounds of hot chip, hell yeah. The process of building muscles, causing small tears in the muscle tissue. People who bodybuilders have to eat every 3 hours. The Mountain had it in his contract. Right. What's my last meal on death row? Oh man, probably your mother's asshole, I guess. I don't know. No, I'm just kidding. Maybe like a stuffed crust. Anyways, I think I'll just sleep a little more. Thanks for all the videos, really miss it. You're welcome, friend. Good to see you. Gonna be diabetic soon if you don't change your diet. Eat so much seaweed a day. It's gross. Seaweed. Well, I don't. Does seaweed affect your carbohydrates? Because that's the big thing. Is like when you have an excess of processed carbohydrates that just like stay in your system and your body like can't take them and store the carbs as like glucose in your muscle or in your liver, right? Then eventually it basically makes your insulin less and less capable of doing that process, and then that has like inflammatory effects on your vascular system, which can result in the damage that's done from diabetes and all that kind of stuff. Glycation. It's something that I feel like they don't really teach when they're talking about diabetes, is the process of glycation. But it's really important. And one of the better benefits of like fasting is like resensitizing your body to insulin response when you eat. You have GERD and take 2 antacid meds a day. Interesting. I wonder if you were to incorporate some degree of like intermittent fasting, low carbohydrate, as well as like, taking some watered down couple tablespoons of the, what's it called? Apple cider vinegar to kind of like help acidify your stomach acid to help break down food easier. I'm curious. Might help with the diabetes and the GERD. Because really, GERD obviously has like various causes, but sometimes it's surprisingly just has to do with the fact that your stomach acid is not acidic enough, you know what I mean? A lot of inflammation in my body throughout. I really want to start AG1. I mean, AG1 could help, but really, yeah, it's definitely going to come down to your diet. Consuming probably a lot of processed carbs is causing a lot of that inflammation. So maybe trying to switch over to a much more protein-focused and vegetable-based diet, whole foods, things of that nature. Getting in some like resistance training, exercise, cardio, all that kind of stuff, and just changing your life around in that regard. You could probably see quite a bit of change pretty quickly. AG1 didn't help GUI. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if AG1 all it is just digestive enzymes and shit like that, like, at the end of the day, that's not really going to necessarily change the other shit that you're, like, consuming, you know, since it only makes up that 1% of all the stuff you're intaking. And if you're, like, consuming a bunch of, like, highly processed carbs and breads and all that kind of shit, like, that's probably the shit that's doing the most damage. Love veggies and chicken. Meat smells horrible to me most days, but I do like burgers from time to time. Well, yeah, I don't know. Go on the low carb, see what happens. You might be a lot happier with how you feel, and try to figure out how you can, like, ease your way into, like, a life that has exercise in it, or, like, more exercise. Is this pre-recorded? No, it's live. It's good to see you, Courtney. How we doing?
Hi, kitty. What's up, buddy?
Rife's defense maintained his innocence, arguing that the evidence was circumstantial and that the case relied heavily on witness testimony from decades prior. However, the jury found the prosecution's case compelling, and after weeks of deliberation, Rick Rife was convicted of first-degree murder, robbery, kidnapping, and burglary, and he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For the Morin family, Rick Rife's conviction brought a sense of closure, but not peace. "It doesn't bring them back," said one family member, "but at least we know who did this and they're being held accountable." The case remains a stark reminder of the darkness that can lurk beneath the surface of... Oh, what's up? Yeah, did we get, like, a sudden influx of people? Because sometimes I feel like YouTube does that, where they, like, send out notifications in, like, waves. But yeah, for anybody new, we're just recording scary stories for tomorrow's video, or rather today's. I guess it's already 2 a.m. This chat is a W. It's a wahoo. Wahoo! You gotta do it in, like, Yoshi's voice. Wahoo! Wahoo! I had a free gym membership since 2020 and haven't used it since 2021. I used to be a union carpenter and they gifted us a lifetime membership. Duet traveling for work. Yeah, I mean, you could have Chat GPT write you up a program and, you know, get to work on that and stuff. And you could get it like a trainer for a little bit just to teach you how to do the moves that are in the program, just to make sure your form is good and you're working towards your goals. And I'm sure they could also make suggestions for your diet to kind of like plan that out. I mean, GPT can do a lot in that regard. But it really just comes down to like being like, all right, let's make a change. And clearly you're young enough that, like, if you're in your 20s right now, you said you were 23, like your body's gonna like transform. Like you're gonna have like a major glow up out of nowhere. Your friend is literally a fitness trainer. I now will reach out to her. You totally should. And even if like she just helps you out for like a month or so till you're like in the groove of your program, because it's really fitness at the end of the day is just repetition. In the same way you're doing reps, it's like the days become reps, you know, and it's the consistency that you can get with doing the lifts or cardio, eating the right food that's on your list of foods to eat for the day within your calorie limits and your macros and all that kind of stuff, and then just getting good sleep and hydration. And it's, you know, most of the time when it comes to like living a fitness oriented life, you're kind of just chilling, you know, and as long as you can find foods that still bring you happiness that are just super low calorie, whether it's, who knows, maybe like fruit or stuff like that, you know, maybe just in higher volumes. Yeah, you'll figure it out. It just takes some leadership that I'm sure your friend would love to help with. the case remains a stark reminder of the darkness that can lurk beneath the surface of seemingly idyllic communities. And to this day, the murders of Ed and Minnie Morin served as a cautionary tale of the fragility of safety and the resilience of those left behind. Nearly 40 years after their tragic deaths, Eddie and Minnie Morin are remembered not for the horror they endured, but for the lives they lived. Their legacy endures through their family and the community that contributes to honor their memory. Each Christmas, a wreath is laid at their gravesite, a symbol of the love and respect they inspired. While the wounds of their loss may never fully heal, the Morin story underscores the importance of seeking justice, no matter how long it takes. Their lives, though cruelly cut. Is Pradeep Indian? He is, yeah. I got him from Bangladesh. He was born in the river Stinky. Their lives, though cruelly cut short, remains a testament to the power of kindness and the enduring strength of a community and... Motherfucker, I can't get this right. Go stand in front of a harp machine. Yeah, that should make your ions feel good. Because Ion even wanna be around anymore after that. Their lives, though cruelly cut short, remain a testament to the power of kindness and the enduring strength of a community united in the face of tragedy. No, but listen, like a lot of girls say, like, I don't want to look like a bodybuilder. Bro, don't worry about that. Like, at all. Like, just do the program and don't ever, like, worry about that because, like, dude, guys will go in there and kill themselves every day for years on end and they don't look like a bodybuilder. You know what I mean? Like, and women just, like, aren't genetically predisposed to, like, or, like, have the appropriate hormones to develop muscle the same way guys can. So, you know, like, it's not a possibility that you're gonna, like, become some genetic freak beast out of nowhere, you know what I mean? I will get ripped. I gain muscle too fast. Well, man, well, that would be sick, you know? I mean, honestly, being ripped is not a bad look. I think, like, women who have muscle are, like, super attractive. Like, obviously not, I don't really find, like, the super bodybuilders that actually take tests and all that stuff to be attractive, but I do really find, like, women who work out and take care of themselves, like, they're beautiful, you know? But the nice thing about being a woman, too, is, like, most women store their fat in the sexy areas, you know what I mean? Like ass and tits, which is so nice, you know what I mean? So it's like when you're bulking, you literally get to bulk at, like, the best places, you know, while also, like, getting to eat what you want to eat, where I feel bad for dudes where, you know, they gotta starve themselves to get this six-pack and shit. Lean beef patty. Yeah, lean beef patty's beautiful. You know, she's got good muscle, and I mean, clearly she's not on roids or anything like that, and she just looks nice. What's up, Dionysus? She looks immense. Who's that? Lean beef? Lean Beefington? Lean Queef? Alright, story 7. You can't gain a booty without gaining a tummy. Well, maybe it's, yeah, specific exercise. Obviously, yeah, like fat distribution on the body sometimes is obviously not, you can't target fat loss and you can't really target fat gain as well. It's just sort of wherever the fat cells tend to exist preemptively. But, you know, perhaps as you do it though, you could also like work areas of your abdomen to maintain a sense of tone, so that at least the shape in which the fat starts to appear on the body kind of goes along with the shape of the muscle. You work at a fat distribution weight center, yeah. You're like Osmosis Jones in every like woman's body. You're like, hey, over here, more in the tits, please. That ass is looking pretty light. Can we get some over there, ladies and gentlemen? All right, what story are we on? Story 7. The goal is to be soft. Yeah, but I mean, like, that's just like on the skin, like fascial layer, right? But like staying like I've seen plenty of girls who like exercise and like do resistance training who still look very like they're in shape, but they still look very feminine, you know what I mean? I think the hard body look sort of is more inclined towards men just naturally, but mainly because of their excess testosterone or whatever. So like when you see the women who do bodybuilding that take testosterone, they're going to look more and more like a dude because it's very hyper masculizing or whatever, taking the external hormones. Eat McDonald's and be fat and be happy. That's fine too, you know. I can't, you know. It's totally up to you. This guy is a wahoo. Puts the lotion in a fucking basket. Yeah, yoga's freaking sick. A lot of core movement. Just ate McDonald's today. The wrap goes fire. Yeah, those are fucking good. And who knows, Katie? I mean, like, as far as exercise goes, you don't have to go right into the bodybuilding stuff. Like, maybe you join a class, you know? Maybe you join some sort of group workout thing. Like, what do they call it? Like, I don't even know. Yeah, just some sort of group workout, whatever. And it might feel more fun if, like, working out is, like, social. You gonna play Dead or Alive? Oh, the fucking fighting game, dude. That was like one of the better fighting games, but I feel like it never like really transitioned over to the next gen. But it was a good one. I thought it was like it like flowed really, really well compared to other fighting games. Richard Simmons, yeah, dude, he's great. Hey, Lightmaster, take care. Merry Christmas. Seems to be harder to gain muscle than far. I'm at 6 days a week. I stay lean, but to grow is work beyond work. Frustrating. I mean, I guess if you could, like, taking it close to failure, I mean, you can even reach, like, that degree of stimulus, I think, in, like, 2 sets. Just kind of taking it at a higher intensity to failure with, like, long, extended controlled reps or whatever, or like, you know, the stretches and a strong contraction. But as long as you're in like the calorie surplus, you might be struggling to gain just because you might not be in an appropriate calorie surplus, which is just in the importance of tracking. Hey Kai, how we doing? Remember the Wu-Tang fighting game? I don't. Are you talking about Def Jam Fight for New York? Like that game where... I don't know if the Wu-Tang Clan was in that, but I do remember a fighting game that had like all rap stars and stuff, which was pretty sick. It was actually a really good game. You could like kick people out of like windows and shit, which was awesome. Made it home from the liquor store adventure with both pizza and drank. Perfect. How do you remain healthy without a thyroid? Without one? I assume you take some degree of like thyroid stimulating medication or like something to replace it, right? Like the T4, T3 stuff or levothyroxine or something. Synthroid, right, yeah. What about gym anxiety? Yeah, that's tough too. I don't quite have an answer for that, but maybe you go with a friend and you can kind of like exposure therapy with them, you know what I mean? Where you go with them and feel a little bit comfortable, go through your thing, and then eventually you're just kind of like used to the environment and those that are around you, and you know what I mean? Just kind of like, it's like joining the army. On Christmas Eve of 2011, the festive spirit of Nashville, Tennessee was suddenly and violently shattered by the brutal murder of Paul Logan, a 55-year-old businessman known for his generosity and kindness of spirit. And what began as a celebration of the season turned into a chilling tale of deceit, betrayal, and a tangled web of relationships that ultimately led to his untimely death. This story delves into the life and tragic end of Paul Logan and the investigation that uncovered the truth behind his murder. Paul Logan was a very popular and highly respected figure within the Nashville community, and as the owner of a successful real estate company, he'd earned himself a vast fortune through the sale of local properties. He had a reputation as a hard worker and a big spender, but Paul has also built a reputation for helping those in need. Friends and family described him as a man of integrity, someone who would regularly go out of his way to assist others. He lived alone in a modest yet well-appointed home in the suburbs of Nashville, where he often hosted holiday gatherings for friends and colleagues. On December 24th of 2011, Paul had plans to attend a Christmas Eve service at his local church, followed by a dinner with close friends. When he failed to show up, concern quickly grew. Calls to his phone went unanswered, and then by Christmas morning, when he still failed to answer calls, his friends decided to check on him. What they discovered would haunt them forever. Paul Logan was found dead in his living room, lying in a pool of blood. He had been stabbed multiple times, and signs of a violent struggle were evident. Furniture was overturned, and a shattered lamp lay nearby. The Christmas tree, once a symbol of holiday cheer, stood askew, its decorations scattered across the floor. The scene painted a grim picture of Paul's final moments. Investigators were called to the scene, and it was immediately clear that this was no random act of violence. There were no signs of forced entry, suggesting that Paul either knew his killer or had willingly allowed them into his home. Detectives began piecing together Paul's final hours, interviewing friends, neighbors, and colleagues. One of the first breakthroughs came from a neighbor who reported seeing an unfamiliar car parked outside Paul's home late on Christmas Eve. The description of the vehicle, a dark sedan, would later prove crucial. As investigators delved into Paul's personal life, they uncovered a complex web of relationships. While Paul was generally well-liked, he had recently been involved in a business dispute with a former associate, Eric Matthews. The two had parted ways acrimoniously. Shit, what the hell's that? Acrimoniously. What the fuck? What the fuck does that mean? Adverb means in a way that is full of anger or arguments and bad feeling. You know, it's funny. I feel like I've watched like a lot of like college football lately, and dude, there was this one announcer. He was so fucking annoying. Like, some of them go out of their way to just like say big vocab words. I don't know why, but I swear to God, that word acrimoniously was used by some announcer, or you know, like multiple fucking times throughout the whole game. Or like, oh, he ran that down acrimoniously, or they threw that pass. It was an acrimonious. And it's just like, Jesus Christ, did you just fucking learn that and had to incorporate it into like every fucking color commentary? I don't know, it's just weird. Oh shit, sorry, Alexander, thank you for the 5. Says, I graduated with my MBA yesterday. Aside from school, you've been through my good and bad times. Gracias, Joel, wishing you and channel much success. Thank you, Alex. Congratulations, that's amazing. What's the next step? Acrimonious goes the dynamite. Yeah. Yeah. That catch was caught superfragilisticexpialidociously, wasn't it? The two had parted ways acrimoniously. Am I saying that right? I just realized I didn't even look at the fwickin' way to say it. Yeah, okay, cool. The two had parted ways acrimoniously after a failed real estate deal, and Matthews had reportedly made threats against Paul. This immediately placed him on the radar of the police. As the investigation continued, forensic evidence from the crime scene provided a major lead. A blood-stained knife, believed to be the murder weapon, was found discarded in a trash can a few blocks from Paul's home. DNA analysis revealed two profiles, Paul's and an unknown individual. At the same time, surveillance footage from nearby homes and businesses were reviewed. A camera from a neighbor's driveway captured a dark sedan matching the witness's description, leaving Paul's home around the time of the murder. The vehicle was traced back to Eric Matthews, whose alibi quickly fell apart under scrutiny. Eric Matthews, a 42-year-old real estate agent, was known for his volatile temper and history of financial troubles. Investigators discovered that Matthews had been struggling to repay a substantial debt to Paul, which had strained their relationship. Further digging revealed text messages and emails in which Matthews expressed anger and resentment toward Paul, accusing him of ruining his career. When confronted with the evidence, Matthews initially denied any involvement. However, inconsistencies in his story combined with the mounting forensic evidence eventually led to his arrest. During a search of his home, investigators found clothes with traces of Paul's blood, as well as documents indicating his financial desperation. The trial of Eric Matthews began in the fall of 2012 and attracted significant media attention. Prosecutors painted a picture of a man driven by greed and anger, who saw Paul Logan as an obstacle to his success. They argued that Matthews had gone to Paul's home on Christmas Eve under the pretense of reconciliation, only to attack him in a fit of rage when Paul refused to forgive his debts. The defense, however, attempted to cast doubt on the evidence, suggesting that it was circumstantial and that other individuals with motives had not been thoroughly investigated. They also highlighted Matthews' lack of a prior violent history, arguing that it was out of character for him to commit such a heinous act. After weeks of testimony and deliberation, the jury found Eric Matthews guilty of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The verdict brought a sense of closure to Paul's family and friends, though the pain of his loss would linger for years to come. Paul Logan's murder serves as a sobering reminder of how easily trust can be betrayed and how the holiday season, a time of joy for many, can also be marred by tragedy. In the wake of his death, Paul's friends and colleagues established a charitable foundation in his name, dedicated to providing housing assistance to those in need. A fitting tribute to a man who divided. Motherfucker! Oh, man. Slippery slope. I fell down a slippery slope. Better alternative to Pepsi. Maybe Diet Pepsi? Or Pepsi Zero Sugar? That might make a huge difference, just switching over to like the zero sugar one. Oh, gross. Have you tried the zero sugar? Yeah, there's water too. Coke Zero. I mean, like, depending on how many, sodas you have a day, that's quite a bit of like excess calories that are just like straight high fructose corn syrup, you know what I mean? And that diet anything is actually worse for you than this like cigarettes. That's not true though. You know what I mean? Like, people say that, but why do they say that? Like, obviously it's not as good as water, right? But why would they, what's their reasoning for it? You drink 10 water bottles a day. Right, but how many sodas do you drink a day? Because it doesn't, Alzheimer's question mark. I mean, you know, that's the thing is like, are there studies that actually show that it's Alzheimer's? Because everything, I mean, obviously there's probably like soda companies play a part in like controlling those sort of like narratives as far as studies go, but I don't know. I haven't really, when I really try to dig into it, I haven't found anything that's like directly contributes to it being worse than sugary calories. 4 to 5 pops a day. Alright, well, I assume they're from cans. Are they from cans or bottles? You can drink Alzheimer's, yeah. Cans, okay. How many calories? Are 5 cans of Pepsi a day? With the calorie content of 1 Pepsi, 12 fluid ounces, approximately 150 calories. 150 times 5 is 750 calories. Right. Which is like all sugar, right? Which it definitively is contributing to diabetes, like there, because all of that sugar lingers in your bloodstream and goes through that process that I mentioned earlier. The what the fuck was it? Anyways, you're like making your insulin less capable of pulling out that sugar. So, you know, if you drink that many a day, how much fat could that create on your body over the year? To estimate that how much body is calculated, that's 273,750 calories per year. 1 pound of body fat. Wow. So yeah, if you were in like a calorie surplus, I mean, that could end up putting like 70 additional pounds onto your body, obviously depending on what else you're eating. But no, I'm not even joking. Like, if you could somehow figure out how to switch your Pepsi over to like a diet soda or water, you would literally save 750 calories a day, which is like a massive calorie deficit. And you would be like amazed probably over the course of like 3 months, like just the change that you would see on your body from that, you know what I mean? So I would just experiment with different diet sodas and see which one actually satisfies you, or just go cold turkey and do water, you know? Just to see what occurs. You would do water, okay, yeah. Because that's 750 calories less a day. That's all sugar, not even like protein. I mean, I'm sure if they check your diabetes, your A1C or whatever, or like your average, you know, insulin or your average blood sugar or whatever it is, I'm sure you'll go back to see your doctor and they'll be like, what the fuck? Did you just cut out soda? And you're like, yupper. I'm like, wow. The lead that's in the water. Also the snake venom that's in the water. Don't forget about that too. Be sure to get a snake venom filter for your local water well. A fitting tribute to a man who I keep saying it wrong. A fitting tribute to a man who devoted his life to helping others. The murder of Paul Logan is a stark example of how personal and financial pressures can spiral out of control, leading to devastating consequences. It's a short, damn it. It's a story that underscores the importance of vigilance, even among those we consider friends and colleagues, and the enduring impact of violence on a community. And though justice was served, the memory of Paul Logan continues to inspire acts of kindness and generosity in Nashville and beyond. His legacy reminds us that even in the darkest of times, the spirit of compassion and giving His legacy reminds us that even in the darkest of times, the spirit of compassion and giving can prevail. Once you get used to water, if you drink soda or go back to it, it tastes horrible. That's true too. You can get accustomed to your taste. Don't look behind me. I saw my cat's behind me. Why is everyone on YouTube using the word Stark all of a sudden lately? Probably because of Ned Stark. He just took over as CEO of YouTube and he makes us say that. Yeah, he also makes us say we gallivant. We're gallivanting from video to video. Alright guys, well this is the last story of the schmeevening. Here, another true crimer. A true crimmer. How's Pradeep? He's good. He literally just straight chillin'. Like a villain / cutie pie. But I'm gonna go grab my potassium, or my magnesium, sorry, and some tea. And I will be right back so you can talk amongst yourselves. Click that like button, click share, and I'll be right back, baby. Let's go. Stop drinking soda. Oh, shit. Sniffing a lot of glue today. This just smells so good. Elmer's. Papa John's glue-filled stuffed crust pizza. What's up, Snow? Buttery glue. Oh, I know, Pradeep hasn't used the litter box, but I'm looking behind me and he's like head is up and shit. So he probably will have to suddenly and abruptly explode from poop. Oh man. Alright. What's going on? What's new? Oh my god, it's so cold. I fucking hate winter so gosh dang freaking much. Don't tell my mom I said that. Yeah, I need some smelling salts before I read a story. Got me through all night shifts all week. Thank you, friend. You're welcome, Matt. Night shift is rough. Ultimate Thoughts favorite Christmas song? Santa baby, hoobie-dee-bee-dee-bee-doo-doo. Santa Luby, just trying to sniff a little glue. Santa Burby, I can see straight. Okay. On a crisp December morning in 1996, the peaceful calm of Alexandria, Virginia, was shattered by a chilling discovery. In a small, serene cemetery nestled between the headstones lay the lifeless body of an unidentified woman. She appeared to have passed peacefully, yet the circumstances surrounding her death were anything but ordinary. Beside her, an artificial Christmas tree stood as a silent sentinel, a poignant symbol of the holiday season. To this day, she is remembered as the Christmas Tree Lady. It was December 18th of 1996 when a groundskeeper at the Pleasant Valley Memorial Park in Alexandria came upon the body. She was reclining on a plastic sheet, her head resting on a clear bag filled with shredded green and white Christmas tinsel. Her attire was unremarkable: a blue trench coat, a sweater, and slacks, all neatly arranged. Beside her lay an assortment of peculiar items: a portable cassette player with 2 tapes, a few empty juice bottles, and a small artificial Christmas tree adorned with golden ribbons. Yet the most striking detail was the absence of any outward signs of violence. Authorities would later conclude that the circumstances of her death were a mystery, but that she had been killed using a combination of alcohol and antihistamines. However, the conclusion did not poop. It did not poop. Santa blabby, blooby dooby shooby gooby doo, rippy davy. Your teeth are rotting. Beautiful, beautiful. I mean, they might be, honestly. It takes its toll over time. Who knows, Katie? Today might be the day where you change everything around and become a crazy, healthy version of yourself that does fitness influencing. Boom. You are the next lean queef Patty. You are her. Some jumping jacks. However, this conclusion did little to explain the killer's motivations or the identity of their victim. The Christmas tree lady was estimated to be between 50 and 70 years of age. She had graying auburn hair and wore glasses. Her clothing, while unassuming, was clean and suggested a middle-class background. She carried no identification, and her fingerprints were not in any database, leaving investigators with few clues as to who she was. A note was found among her belongings, cryptic in its content but revealing her intent. It read, "Deceased. Prefer no autopsy. Please order cremation with funds provided. Thank you. Jane Doe." Attached to the note was a $50 bill, presumably intended to cover the costs of her cremation. The bizarre request for anonymity, even in death, was chilling, leaving investigators and the public alike to wonder who murdered her and why. The lack of identification and the meticulously planned nature of her death fueled speculation. Why had her killer chosen this particular cemetery? Why had they brought an artificial Christmas tree? And was there a deeper significance to the holiday season in her decision? Some theorized that the victim was a widow, or someone who had recently suffered a personal tragedy. Some speculated that the cemetery itself might hold a connection to a loved one she'd lost. Yet, shit. I'm gonna drink a little tea. Twerking vid when? It's up there. It's out there. It was a members exclusive, specifically only on xnxx.com. They paid me $10 million. But it was all for charity. Some theorize that the victim was a widow or someone who had recently suffered it. Okay. Hey, thanks, Willow. Good to see you. No. It's not on Xhamster, it's not on Pornhub. Those websites are exploitative to content creators such as myself. They're an unethical porn site. XNXX, on the other hand, voted most ethical in Mexico or something like that. I don't know. I don't remember. Some theorized that the victim was a widow or someone who had recently suffered a personal tragedy. Some speculated that the cemetery itself might hold a connection to a loved one she'd lost, yet searches of the burial records revealed no obvious links. Others suggested that she might have been a ghost. Others suggested that she might have been homeless or estranged from her family, yet her clean and well-maintained appearance seemed to contradict this theory. The presence of the artificial Christmas tree is perhaps the most mysterious aspect of the case. It seemed deliberately placed, standing as a stark reminder of the season of joy and togetherness. Some have speculated that the tree was a symbolic gesture, representing a longing for connection during a time of year when loneliness can be particularly acute. Others believe it was an attempt to mock the very nature of the holiday season. Authorities pursued every lead that they could find, though there were precious few. Precious few. No problem. You made me think about narration. There's not enough good female narrators. You can be the first. There's some female story narration stuff. I don't know. I mean, there are. But I feel like a lot of the really good voices, I don't know if they just like always end up pursuing voice acting and just never think. I've always found it really interesting that like voice actors, they have like YouTube channels, but it's never like direct content YouTube channels. It's just like somewhere to house a lot of like their reels, you know what I mean, that they might show, which I find interesting that not more of them don't. Well, maybe I'm completely off base saying that. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about, but I feel like some voice actors I've found don't have like a really designated content creation YouTube channel, but always like something where it's just kind of like one-off type videos. Voice actors reacts to assumptions. No, yeah, I don't know. Joel Jorkin has Peanuts vid. When? I'm sure it's in the iCloud somewhere. You don't even put your music on your channel? Probably should, you know what I mean? Like, you don't have to put everything into like one channel so it doesn't dilute it, but you could start a channel, you know, for your music, one for all your other project, you know what I mean? Like you can just, if one of them sticks, you know? Stuff on unlisted for portfolio purposes. Well, that's fair too, if that's all you really want it to do. But I definitely, it's interesting because I feel like most of those like voice actors or even actors in general end up moving towards like independent content creation anyways, because I honestly think there might just be more money found in like independent content creation like YouTube or podcasts, just because it's like you're constantly monetizing stuff that you put out. Whereas with voice acting, it's very much like a feast or famine type scenario, you know, where like somebody like Steve Bloom gets like every voice acting job ever just because he's consistent and, you know, popular. But even him, I mean, like, let's see. Steve Bloom net worth, just out of curiosity. 4 million. Like, that's a lot of money, right? A net worth of 4 million. Now, granted, that could also be his, you know, houses that he owns in Santa Monica or whatever. You know what I mean? All that kind of shit. That's crazy to me, dude. Steve Bloom. What? Okay, this blows my mind here. Steve Bloom, one of the most famous, like, voice actors you probably heard, where he was like, I mean, he's in the more recent Marvel Rivals as Wolverine, which is sick. And Nolan North, who was like in every fucking video game ever, at least in the past decade, maybe not as much. But like Steve is worth 4, while fucking Nolan North is worth $2 million. Like, why? Like, to me, that seems like criminal. Like, criminal that these guys who have such massive platforms, and maybe it's incorrect, but it just seems like they should, I don't know, just seems like they should be having like an independent platform where they can like make a ton of money. I don't know, fucking reading creepypastas or some shit, you know, just find a way to monetize themselves better than, I guess, whatever voice acting has done. But just 2 million just seems like, for as popular as they are, just way too little. LM, thank you for this. Says your adult channel could be called Let's Seed. True. No, that would be like my torrenting channel where we exchange videos or like movies and stuff. Not adult movies, but fucking, you know, like 28 days later. Let's Breed doesn't even sound that bad. It's a dog breeding channel, you know? It's all about breeding dogs and getting the exact dog you want. Yeah, the gardening channel. Some contracts won't allow the actors to use certain voices outside of given permission to the contract owner. Oh, really? So they'll do the voice of, you know, Drake from Uncharted, but then like can't do that voice whenever really that's just like his voice. I don't know, I feel like fucking voice actors are kind of like criminally underpaid for as popular as they are. But, you know, I don't know. Maybe that's just how it is with talent, and maybe animes just don't make enough money. Joel, you could be a $2 million. I know, man. I could be a $2 million guy too. We'll get there. But honestly, I feel like I'm much more on that trajectory compared to on like YouTube and podcasting than fucking whatever voice acting is. Which you know, at the end of the day, voice acting would just be fun to like express yourself through the art of acting. But it's just frustrating to me because those people are like so talented and they've gotten so lucky and worked so hard. It's just like, it just seems criminal. Like, it almost makes me think like they have to have like a fucking job on the side. The negotiator, let's plead. Please don't shoot all of them and explode. Please. Yeah, let's need would be Pradeep having sex with every blanket in the house. Critical Role, no, that's exactly right. Critical Role knew what to do. And now, like, okay, so who's the head guy at Critical Role? Mike Mercer? No. Jesus, how do I forget his name? Mercer, voice act, sorry. Matt Mercer, sorry. Mike and Matt always gets confused in my head. Mercer, net worth. Alright. There isn't much info. Wait. Privacy error. Perfect. From 2019 to December 2021, Twitch paid Critical Role close to $10 million in gross income from subscriptions and ad revenue. And that's just in the course of like a year and a half or a year. So like clearly like doing Twitch, doing what, you know, that is like a podcast probably too. Like they're Matt Mercer's okay, see, maybe this is wrong. Maybe the net worth shit is completely off base. Yeah, you know, maybe what I read earlier about them is, well, no, it's a different website. I don't fucking know. Doesn't matter, but they definitely did the right thing by going independent. Audrey, welcome back for 13 months. I missed you. I heart you, Joel. Happy holidays. Also got my bench to 125. Hell yeah. That's almost one plate, isn't it? Keep grinding. Keep adding 1.25 pounds every time, and you will be at one plate. That's freaking sick. That is amazing. Seriously, keep going, and keep that shoulder safe. You can make sure your form is good, because fucking up the rotator cuff sucks. Authorities pursued every lead they could find, though there were precious few. Local and national databases yielded no matches for her fingerprints. Her dental records provided no answers. Investigators realized sketches and details of the case released. Ripshy-dipshy. Investigators released sketches and details of the case to the public, hoping someone might recognize her, but no one came forward. The cassette tapes found at the scene contained recordings of classical and religious music, and further deepening the sense of... Dude, I can't get this right. I can't do it, man. Dude, the only bad thing about that game, when I went to see the Baltimore Ravens football game, was that it was so deathly cold. I even wore like many layers, but it was just the constant rumination of your mind that you're like, if I stay out here too long, I'm gonna die. But you just really wanted to watch football. The cassette tapes found at the scene contained recordings of classical and religious music, further deepening the sense of mystery. Nearly 3 decades later, the identity of the Christmas tree lady remains unknown. Her story has become a poignant reminder of the hidden struggles many face, particularly during the holidays, when the lonely and vulnerable can be isolated and targeted during the coldest and darkest times of the year. True crime enthusiasts and amateur sleuths have kept their memory alive, discussing her case in forums and podcasts. Advances in forensic technology such as genetic genealogy offer hope that one day her identity might be uncovered. Until then, the Christmas tree lady stands as a haunting symbol of an unsolved mystery, her story etched into the annals of true crime lore. The years since her death, the Christmas tree lady has touched the hearts of many who have learned of her story, as investigators and public continue to ponder her identity and the meaning behind her final acts, her legacy. I don't know why, like, the ending to a couple of these true crime things feels like AI in like a weird way, because they end almost like in the exact same sort of like repetitious, like it's like there's like 3 paragraphs that could be the ending of it, but it's just like repeated over and over again in different forms that it almost feels like AI. As investigators and the public continue to ponder her identity and the meaning behind her final acts, her legacy endures, wrapped in the enduring mystery of a story untold. You think the Christmas tree lady was identified? Oh, interesting. Interesting. Make us a P.O. Box stroller, send you stuff. What in the heck would you even think to send to me? Little old May. First, like, alright guys, we're doing a box opening. Looks like we got a pipe bomb! Ah! iDubbbz. Yeah, poor iDubbbz, man. So sad that his content is boring and lame now. Let's see what we got. Videos 2 months ago. Oh, he did a bad unboxing again. No way. Wait, members only? Members only bad unboxing? Oh, wait. Oh, but for the bonus slop, okay. Oh, well, yeah, these views are good. What am I talking about? 500,000, 6... Upgrading my keychain build. That doesn't sound too exciting. 100% women. Oh, he's gone into, what, politics or some shit? Hey guys, I'm in my 30s and I don't have kids. Time for me to say my opinions about stuff real loud. Which I know is what I do too, so... It stands true. Why were you in dirty-ass Baltimore? Traveled all the way down for a CPI just hours... Wait. Traveled just down for a CPL hours just for a football game? Yeah, I mean, that's pretty normal. Right? To go to... Like, some people... I mean, I saw one guy holding a sign that he said he traveled 500 miles just to get to watch a Baltimore game. I'm not a Baltimore fan, but my buddy bought tickets and he's like, you want to go to a game? And yeah. I mean, Baltimore itself, I'm not stoked about that, but the football team's fun to watch, and the stadium was like a really fun energy. Google Documents. We're gonna read this outro and get us out of here. Do I have a team? I do, but I can't say, or everyone will kill me. Alright, guys, can you help me think of something? Something funny to say. Anything but the Giants. I feel bad for the Giants, dude. I mean, like, what the fuck was up with, like, all the quarterback contracts? Have they been that large? Because I saw, like, what's his name for the Giants? Daniel Jones, who was, like, mediocre with, like, an ongoing losing season. Like, mediocre as fuck. Got, like, an insane contract. And Dak Prescott, also, like, pretty mid, got, like, an insane, like, record-breaking contract. And then signing Daniel Jones essentially had them cut fucking Saquon Barkley, who was literally, like, ripping it up and setting, like, records over with the Eagles and shit, having a great season. But I'm glad Saquon got somewhere that, like, he can actually perform. But it's just weird to me. I'm like, who set this, like, standard for fucking quarterbacks that are just, like, complete... Like, honestly, the overall quarterback situation in the NFL is kind of embarrassing right now. Like, you can think, like, Lamar Jackson's good. The Buffalo quarterback, what's his name? He's good. Up for MVP. Obviously, you have the Chiefs with Patrick Mahomes and shit. Also, Steve Bloom was on the Vincent Valentine. Was the old Vincent Valentine anything old? Final Fantasy VII. And Vincent Valentine is Matthew Mercer in Rebirth. Final Fantasy VII. He's also Leon Scott Kennedy before any of the remakes, but he's an old. Yeah, man, he's done a crazy ton of stuff. I remember Steve Bloom's voice was mainly iconic to me because of Toonami. He was the voice of the space guy or whatever from Toonami. Because sometimes you hear fucking Logan from Marvel Rivals talking, you're like, wait a second, is that the Toonami guy? And you're like, yeah, that's fucking Steve Bloom. It's just, like, so iconic. And then obviously, like, Cowboy Bebop as well. Remember to never drink and boom shakalaka. Yeah. Boom shakalaka. In Jesus' name. Boom shakalaka. Alright. Yes. What should we say? And remember, don't send pipe bombs to my P.O. box. Yeah. And remember, kids, don't, I'm, like, saying it with, like, missing, like, one arm and then my face is covered in, like, black soot. Don't send pipe bomb. Not a big drinker, and today I took a shot. Stuff almost spewed back out. Yeah, shots are not the way to go if you're trying to... Well, first off, don't drink alcohol. Let me just clarify that. Especially if you're not 21. But shots are the grossest. Who knows? You know, it's going to be different for every type of alcohol, too. It's... bleh, just yucky stuff. Hey, friends. Thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release. You love Hennessy? What? That sounds yucky. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, lay epic. Give your dog lots of treats. Keep the biggie man away. I remember that wiener and cigar is not the same thing. Yeah. And remember, guys, it's not a hose. 'Tis the season for Jolmas. The big throbbing join button. Click that big throbbing veiny join button right now. But, all right. Come on, guys. Funny. I need it. I need it. You're welcome for the membership. No worries. Happy Christmas. Never follow the voices. Merry Christmas, Papa Joel. Never. Thank you, Fry. I'm glad a volcano didn't explode and kill everyone over there. Just drink Diet Pepsi. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, switching to water can save you 750 calories a day. Boom. That's for just for you. When you need reminders to continue onward, you come watch this Christmas video. I love water. All right. Guys, thanks for chilling. Appreciate you infinitely. Have a fantastic Christmas wherever you are. Hope you get some good gifts. Hope you get some other people good gifts. Hope you get to spend time with family. Yeah, drink Diet Dr. Kelp. And Maple, thank you for another 5 gifters to Grace Hawkins, Justin Smith, Raven Fire 88, Santa BT, and Stefano00. Thank you. And Katie, welcome back for 1 month. My drink, my leg. Oh, but yeah, much love to you. Thank you so much. I'm going to get this edited over on Patreon. It's only $1 a month over there for early access to the audio, as well as the bonus content when you become a member, or a $5 tier over there. And yeah, I'll get this up on YouTube, same time, same place. Hit that notification bell to be alerted when I go live or new videos come out. Otherwise, follow my Instagram at letsread.official to be kept up to date when I go live, or any other silly stuff I post on there, which is really not that much, but all right. Otherwise, I'll be back streaming Wednesday, I think. Well, actually, that'll be on Christmas, I think. I'm going to go do family stuff and probably go see a movie later with my one brother. And yeah. So then I'll probably be back later that night, and we'll do a little strimmy stram. I think we got some stories compiled about yard sales. Very festive. What movie? I don't know. I think he wants to see the new Gladiator, which I did too, and I wasn't going to see it because I heard it wasn't that good, but then I'm just like, well, might as well check it out. Sonic 3, maybe. I haven't seen any of the other Sonics, but the fact that Shadow's in it is pretty sick. Whoa, Shadow. That's pretty badass. I heard the new Gladiator was woke. Lame. Woke shit's lame, dude. Fuck. I can't wait to shoot Sonic in the face. Alright. Yes, Josh Allen was that quarterback, yes. Alright. Bye, guys. Be good. Thanks for hanging out. You rock. See ya.